Tutum. In a world of tourism, we're gonna speak in English, something new, something springy, something flexible, something innovative and resilient. If you don't understand English, we're gonna ignore you for 6 hours. We're just gonna speak in a lovely language because this year we go international. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, me, again. Prekidamo program zbog važne obavijesti. Ljubazno
We kindly advise everybody who is not fluent in English to take your earphones and to follow the translation.
Have no worries, because this is an international conference in which we will be speaking only in English. My name is Frano Ridjan, for all of you who don't know me. As you may see, all the good-looking and more famous Croatian hosts were occupied or too expensive. So you are with me again for about, 6, 7, I don't know how many times I've been to this conference, because I really love it. This is the conference which started a few years ago in a small hall in a big hotel. And everybody said, this won't last a year. Then next year it was bigger, and year after year, bigger. Then we had some presidents of the government from Slovenia, from Croatia, ministers from all around the world, well-known professionals in tourism, and each year we try to do something more and something better. So welcome. We're going to be innovative and resilient. Those two beautiful English words translated to Croatian also mean innovative and resilient. And we carry on with opening speeches. Of course, we have to start somehow. So at the beginning, I'm going to call a lovely lady who connects us all, who follows you on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, sends you messages, emails, everything, repeating them. Next year, we'll talk again about Tourism 365. Please clap your hands to a lovely lady called Ivana Kolar.
Hello, everyone. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear ministers, State Secretary, Vice Chair, ambassadors, directors, all the participants of this conference here in the Congress Hall of Terme Tuhelj and online in front of your screens. I wish you a warm welcome to the 6th Turizam 365 conference. Tourism is resilient, we prove that, but it has to be innovative too. Among many negative news about crisis, wars, pandemics, uncertain future, one positive information is breaking through from all EU markets, that tourism is back. Markets are reporting about positive results. Although tourism is one of the sectors that was most affected by the pandemic crisis, it shows its potential as the main force of recovery and the potential leader in responding to the most difficult challenges. But we have to keep in mind simply that we live in a time of instability, in a time of challenges and crisis. Obviously, we have to get used to it. It was calm and peaceful for a long time. We all had excellent results. All markets grew. It was so good that we even fell asleep a little bit in that cycle with not too many changes and not too many innovations. And then everything collapsed, all of a sudden. COVID brought a lot of sobering, but also a lot of opportunities, and we did react. A lot of changes happened. How we attract guests, the type of our guests, we have digital nomads now, way of communication, we all get used to social networks. The way we behave, things got digitalized and touchless. All the things that until recently were too expensive and too unnecessary, all the things we were putting aside for years were suddenly possible. We quickly made up for everything in just 2 years. But as soon as tourism showed the first signs of recovery, many went towards the old, more than towards the new. But nothing in life goes backwards. There is no such thing. We have to go only forward. So we can say that we absolved digitalization today, accepted social networks, and many other things, but sustainability, we are not sure what to really do with it. Much is said about it, but not enough is being done. It is necessary to forget fast earnings and be ready to invest in the future, in the long run, into 365. into community. So we have to change. We have to reconsider our comfort zones. We have to redefine our products and create some new motives for attracting guests. And we have to influence them, so they would influence everything else. Actually, we can say that we don't really need recovery. What we need is reinvention. And we don't really have to take big steps immediately. Little movements would have effects too, but the movements must be massive. We all have to do it. Tourism can accelerate sustainability, and sustainability can ensure quality of life and further resilience. How we can take advantage of all the changes that are happening now? It's time for creatives, for the brave, and for all those who are ready to stop for a moment and give up quick profit in order to create long-term success. Creativity is our opportunity. Innovation is the basis of resilience of the tourism in the future. We invited here today the most wanted EU politicians and world and local tourism experts to share their experiences, their strategies for change, their transformation plans, and their insights on the future of tourism and how to reach it successfully. We will meet many great tourism stories today, even one about the 7th season in 1 year, pretty creative. And we at the Mediterranean still struggle with one. Tourism is resilient, it should also be innovative. Thank you all for gathering here and online today to share the challenges of the future. We can grow only by sharing knowledge, experiences, and ideas. I'm looking forward to all today's sessions and for learning from you and with you. Many thanks for everyone who supports and makes this event possible. I invite you to enjoy with us today at Turizam 365.
Thank you, Ivana, for gathering us here again. We carry on with opening speeches. As you all know, we are here in Croatia. Nearby there is a lovely country which has love in their name as well. So if you feel love, if you feel Slovenia, then it's okay, because friendship between these two countries is something which we bring again and again every year, because we have a special club that actually makes business friendship even better. I'm going to call Mr. Saša Mominović, president of the Slovenian Croatian Business Club, to address us with a few words. Welcome, Saša.
Thank you, Frano. Dear distinguished guests, Slovenian and Croatian Business Club is proud to be part of the organization of the 6th Conference Turizam 365. Ms. Ivana Kolar put a lot of effort to keep the conference going even during the tough times of world pandemic. This conference became one of the most important events not only in Croatia, but in our region. Ivana, thank you for that. It is a pleasure and inspiration to continue these activities with you. Our club, Slovenian Croatian Business Club, is promoting Slovenian and Croatian business cooperation. But, there is always but. As two small countries, we are looking for synergies toward other countries. We cannot look only in our backyards. Together, we can offer far more. Tourism is very important for both Croatian and Slovenian economies. It connects not only companies, but also people. Guests from Slovenia have been among the most important guests in Croatia for years, or better say decades. Some of them even do not consider them as foreign guests. Now, in September, when high season is over, it's the best time for self-reflection, to look ourselves in the mirror. So, please, don't fall asleep. Not today, I mean in your business. So, how can we make it better? Ms. Ivana said some statements, but I will repeat some of them, not as statements, but as a question. Can we do it without analysis, discussion, good practice cases, and suggestions? Can we do it better in post-COVID period? That's the reason why we are here. Nevertheless, we can ask ourselves, can tourism save the economy? At least give it a strong push forward. We are at very door of recession. And this recession is not only our local thing. This time it is European thing. It turned out that all tourism was one of the most affected sectors during the COVID crisis, but it recovered relatively quickly. Maybe that was a surprise, maybe not. We know that activities in tourism has and can affect other industries, trade, food processing, transport. Multiplication effect is more than obvious. So, if tourism succeeds, everything else could succeed. This means that we should invest in tourism and try to make it and then to keep it successful. It has turned out that tourism was resilient, but still, it must be innovative and creative. Dear guests and esteemed participants of the conference, I hope that we will work successfully today to reach useful conclusions and, of course, that you will enjoy being in Croatia. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. Prosim, gremo naprej gromče, tako treba. Dame I gospodo, ladies and gentlemen, we carry on with opening speeches. This part of Croatia has great touristic results. Thank you. It's dominantly a fairy tale on your palm. And a lovely lady who lives here, she knows a lot of things and she would like to improve some things as well. So I now call Ms. Helena Matusha, Managing Director of Business Center, Krapinsko-Zagorska County, to address us in front of you. Welcome, Helena.
Thank you. Thank you, Frane. Dear guests of the conference, friends of Krapina-Zagorje County, I'm really honored to have the possibility to welcome you here on behalf of Mr. Željko Kolar, the governor of Krapina-Zagorje County. Krapina-Zagorje County, as the best continental tourist destination, has constant growth in the number of visitors, both domestic and international, in comparison to the record 2019. More international guests are visiting year on year, and our tourist offer, whether in hotels or private arrangements, is increasing both in number and in quality. The region expects that the next 3 years will be investment intensive when it comes to new tourist offer. Krapina-Zagorje County currently supports more than 10 announced investments in the private sector of the region. And this will for sure bring new experiences to our visitors and firmly position Krapina-Zagorje County on the international tourist map. But when looking globally, we are all witnesses that in 2020 alone, the tourism and travel sector lost approximately $4.5 trillion in GDP and more than 62 million of jobs. And the road to recovery remains long. Few factors will greatly determine how the sector performs. These include travel restrictions, health security, changing market dynamics and consumer preferences, and the ability of businesses and destinations to adapt. At the same time, the sector will need to prepare for future shocks. The pandemic has also seen the emergence of new sustainability-oriented consumer, which means that the sector is now facing the challenge of adding decarbonization to its proposition value. Technology is also reshaping the global tourism industry, from how people communicate to how they travel and recreate. Technology will change how visitors are served and transported. 3 key trends are visible. Smart consumer wants honest and transparent offers. They want to be empowered to build personalized travel packages. New customers or visitors consider themselves explorers versus tourists. The collaboration between the traveler and the brand is a must. And let us not forget about social interaction. Travelers want to feel valued and stay connected 24/7. To conclude, understanding these key trends, the ongoing need to feel safe, the growing desire to travel differently, and planning for the next crisis will be essential for governments, destination, and tourism businesses to succeed in the efforts to keep the world traveling. Krapina-Zagorje County is honored to have you professionals here today to discuss those emerging trends. We wish you a pleasant stay, energetic and creative discussions that will support the recovery and growth of the tourist and travel sector. Thank you.
Helena, for being with us. As you may know, every conference needs its official opening, so I'm now going to call a lovely lady to do it for us and to address you with a few words before that, of course. We call Andrea Vukojevic, Director of Tourism Sector in Croatian Chamber of Economy, to join us on stage. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and everyone following online, it's my great pleasure to greet you all here at the 6th 36.5 conference on behalf of the Croatian Chamber of Economy. A special thanks to Mrs. Ivana Kolar, the organizer of today's conference, for the invitation to open the conference and the opportunity to contribute of important issues such as innovation, resilience, common values, sustainability, and a year-round tourism. These are crucial issues for the continued development of tourism in Croatia. Tourism, a feel-good industry, has faced many challenges this year, from the Russian aggression in Ukraine, much higher energy prices to inflation. There were concerns it will deter Europeans from going to holiday and traveling. Instead, this year, Croatia has had another very successful tourist season. The hard work of the whole tourist sector is behind this result. Indeed, in some segments, results are much better than the record year of 2019. The resilience of Croatian tourism has come shining through yet again. Congratulations to everyone in this tourism sector on a job well done. The future holds many challenges for the sector, and conferences such as this one are the perfect place to openly discuss of the relevant issues for Croatia's most successful part of economy and our most recognized brand. Innovation lies at the core of the resilience of tourism, and our first task is to define the challenges of the future. Geopolitical developments, climate changes, shifting tourist priorities and travel trends, labor force, energy costs, development of new market challenges all fall into this category. How we see these challenges in the future will define how the sector develops innovative products and services today, which will allow us to adopt while at the same time making sure everyone in tourism feels safe and financially rewarded. In our work with members and our association, the Croatian Chamber of Economy constantly seeks to identify the weakest points of our tourism sector. Indeed, our efforts aim to resolve these issues. Our joint goal is to minimize the vulnerabilities of our tourism products as much as possible. We support the development of niche tourism segments, such as health, wine and gastronomy, adventure tourism, and also MICE tourism, because they help achieve the goals of year-round tourism and regionally more balanced tourism. I would like to mention the importance of developing high-value tourism. Perhaps the best example of supporting the development of luxury tourism is our association, Croatian Unique Hotels, named Stories, whose members all have internationally recognized certificates of excellence for their accommodation, and restaurants. They have combined forces to leverage the promotional efforts on international markets. We cannot seriously talk developing tourism without mentioning the pressing questions of the labor force. That's why we promote the development of the special skills and career path in tourism. Internationalization through study trips allows our companies to see first-hand global best practices, while our many courses and workshops contribute to improving the quality of Croatia's tourism products. The Croatian Chamber of Economy will work towards ensuring that all measures in the Ministry of Tourism and Sports Strategy for the Development of Sustainable Tourism 2030 are implemented. Our efforts are to ensure tourism reflects Croatia's culture and tradition, protects our sites, remains modern and adaptable, develops across our whole country, and is an industry in which investors want to invest and locals love to work. And of course, tourists love to come. I also think it's important to stress that today's effort impacts tomorrow's result. Croatia being declared as the top destination in the Mediterranean is recognition for every single person in a tourism sector. But more importantly, it's exactly the type of motivation for all of us to improve the quality of our industry, to do more and to do it better. In this context, the role of the Croatian Chamber of Economy is to bring together business community. We are your partner in achieving our common goals. And let me end by congratulating Mrs. Ivana Kolar on the initiative, and I wish you all a successful conference filled with as many creative, authentic, and new stories on the path on our common goal of Tourism 365. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vukovic. As you may have noticed, we've started this conference without me greeting the officials in the first row, second row, etc. I was waiting for this part of the conference because we now enter something which is called tourism and politics. So it's my great pleasure to introduce in front of you a lovely ladies and gentlemen who will be addressing us from countries around Croatia. So, herzlich willkommen, meine Damen und Herren in Kroatien. Hülyeim és uraim, jó napot kívánok, üdvözöljük. Dobrodošli Crnogorci, dobrodošli Slovenci I dobrodošli svi vi koji ćete nastaviti govoriti on this lovely language of Engleski. That's Kringlish. When Croatians speak something in between English and Croatian, we call it Kringlish. You may use any version you prefer, but sometimes we need to think about why is it always about politics when it should be about policies? Why is it sometimes about ecosystem and it should be actually ecosystem? Why are we talking about something addressing you from here and you just listening from there when we can upgrade it? Welcome to the cinema with 5 stars. Ladies and gentlemen, a lovely lady will be addressing you via video. You know why? Because she wanted to be with us, and she's actually on another place at the same time, at another opening, but she had enough time to meet us via video. She recorded a special video because she appreciates what Ivana does with her colleagues. She speaks 6 languages. She knows a lot of things and a lot of people throughout UN. She also is, ladies and gentlemen, very eager to find out how tourism can be sustainable, reasonable, and affordable to all of us, including you who work there and me who come as your guests on other places. So we're going to now hear a special address from Alessandra Priante, Regional Director of Europe World Tourism Organization. So Alessandra, I know that you're not with us, but this is how it looks like on TV. And now, exclusively for you with us, live, Alessandra.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tourism 365. Good morning, Ivana. Good morning, esteemed ministers and esteemed guests who are there in this very, very important meeting and gathering to which I had the pleasure of participating last year. Unfortunately, still virtual, but I hope next time it will absolutely be in person. I promise, Ivana, from now. Now, let's get to our mission today. Our mission today is to establish the ground and put some important information and data to share with you. The title of this conference is Changing Values, Changing Lifestyle. And as you know, us as UNWTO, who have the aim of promoting responsible, sustainable, and universally accessible tourism, the only specialized agency of the United Nations for tourism, have actually carried out a lot of initiatives, especially during this year's of pandemic. And as usual, we like to begin our conversations with data, because data are the salt and pepper. Data are, some people say, the bread and butter, but we like to say that they are the element without which nothing can really be made with awareness, conscious, and mostly with information. We need informed decisions, and for informed decisions, you need good data. Therefore, I have the pleasure to share our barometer's findings at a global level and a European level. As you can see, there was a dramatic change from the big losses in international tourism arrivals we had when the pandemic hit until now. And guess who's recuperating the most? Europe. Now we're back to closer to the zero level, the break even. And we are minus 36% compared to 2019. So this year has been incredible for many destinations. I've heard Croatia as well has had some incredible results, and we are very proud of that. But my question for you is always the same. Is the data of 2019, the numbers of 2019, is that really an objective to return to? Or do we want to use this opportunity to think better about what we want? Which numbers? What quality of tourist? This is how it is looking overall in a different format. And it shows you specifically, I would like to draw your attention that the Asia and the Pacific, which were a very important market growing, everybody focusing the European, Chinese tourism year and everything else in 2019, has shrinked to levels which are unimaginable, because in those areas they practice, for example, in some countries, the zero COVID policy. So until they reopen their border, it would be very difficult to talk about Asia back in the levels of before. We like to do forecasts, and obviously towards the end of the year, and bear in mind at the end of September, we will be releasing the new data that will comprise the summer. So these numbers definitely will change and will definitely go back to levels that we all feel comfortable about. But as you can see, this is what was happening at a global level. In yellow, it's 2019. And this is Europe. So Europe, we were expecting that it, in some cases, has grown much more than not only the other regions, but some destinations even much more than 2019. In particular, we were very pleased to see that Moldova and Albania, emerging tourism destinations, have registered some of the greatest and the highest growth when it comes to tourism numbers in the quarter of January, May. Obviously, the war has started, so things have changed as well, especially in Moldova, but we're looking forward to seeing what are the results for July. Money-wise, we already know we've lost a lot. We're recuperating slowly. We're very grateful that the West was open, so the Americans flooded once again Europe. And now with the euro being a little bit more convenient, we're expecting Americans to continue coming. Is that good? Not necessarily, because we're about to face one of the biggest economic crises that we could remember, especially talking about energy costs. So we'll see how that is going to develop. Obviously, this oxygen was much needed for all our enterprises, our people, and to start giving a little bit of hope through tourism and with tourism. We like doing scenarios. The best scenario is the one where we're going up to 30%, and the super best scenario is the one where we're recuperating up to minus 20%. So let's see what happens at a European level. Among the various initiatives that you're all very aware about, I would like to bring your attention to one of the key pillars that continues being sustainability, the key pillar of our recovery. Some initiatives that I really want to bring to your attention is the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism, and it's an urgent global call for commitment to a decade of climate action in tourism. And there's a commitment to cut global tourism emissions by at least a half over the next decade and reach net zero as soon as possible before 2050. We have a lot of signatories, but definitely we welcome more and more signatories, even from the Croatian industry and all the rest of the neighboring countries. We also have the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative, which is led by the UNEP and the World Tourism Organization, that unites the tourism sector behind a common vision to address the root causes of plastic pollution. On top of this, by the end of the year, we will be coming out with a great initiative on food waste together with our sister agency, FAO. This all goes within the One Planet vision for responsible recovery of the tourism sector. And this is very, very important because we need the vision to make sure that the action pursue a certain focus. Tourism for rural development has also proven to be one of the key pillars, not only for the restart and the recovery of tourism, but also for an actual sustainable economic growth and change. And this goes because villages and territories outside the main points of attraction have proven to be an incredible resource because they give us an opportunity of inclusion and of development that is really rooted in a good equilibrium between nature, culture, and economic interest. Best Tourism Village, one of our star projects, it's a label that distinguishes villages which are an outstanding example of a rural tourism destination with recognized cultural and natural assets that preserve and promote the rural social structure, products, and lifestyle, and have a clear commitment to sustainability in their development of tourism as one of the drivers of the rural development and community well-being. Who doesn't get elected as Best Tourism Village may want to benefit if the jury thinks so of an upgrade program, and all of it are part of a network that provides a space for exchanging experiences and good practices, learnings, and opportunities. Innovation, another key pillar of our development. UNWTO Digital Future programs for SMEs launched in collaboration with various partners together with MasterCard. UNWTO and IFC Green Hotel Revitalization Program to reduce carbon footprint in hotel industry in emerging markets, and startup competitions. UNWTO Top 100 Tourism Startups and Innovators. Education, our main focus, our star project, UNWTO Online Academy in partnership with IE University, which is an online learning platform providing self-paced and 100% online courses related to the tourism sector. And the Jobs Factory, very important in a moment like this where the lack of jobs is really a crude reality that we all woke up to. We're just missing a lot of people to work into tourism. We need to bring them back. We need to educate them back. We need to foster, train them, and really motivate them. And we think our Jobs Factory is one of the tools that can help reconnect. But we, at a global level, and you, at a national and regional level, need to make a big effort to make sure that this really happens. These are our key partners. One of them will be speaking immediately after me when it comes to Europe, Eduardo Santander from ETC, and many others of my esteemed colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ivana, and thank you all. Have a great discussion.
Obrigado muito, Alessandra. That is combination from Portugal throughout Europe to give you some data we can use, because without data, there is no big business, they say nowadays. But there is no big business without transferring the data. So if it's not too hard for you, can we do a special wave to the all online participants of this conference in 3, 2, 1 now? Come on, don't be that shy. You're on TV now. Lovely. Well, we would like you to be with us, of course. Maybe you can join us next year because the weather is fine, the sun is shining. So the reason why we are inside is because we have a lot of important things to do. This year's conference has really great keynote speakers, great things to approach to all of you who haven't maybe heard some things. But now we're going to do a special duo presentation. One lovely gentleman will be virtual, another will be here with us. Both of them are friends and they cooperate now for some times. One of them is from Spain, España. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos con nosotros, señor. He was educated in the United States of America, in Austria, and he is officially, ladies and gentlemen, Executive Director of European Travel Commission. He will be named by another lovely gentleman who will be approaching the stage in a few moments, and I think you all know that guy quite well. We all know him because he's with us almost every year. If he's not able to join us on stage, he always does it virtually. But ladies and gentlemen, I now call the Vice President of the European Travel Commission and representative of the Croatian inside the Board of Affiliate Members, where his Croatian Tourism Board is now for the first time a member. Ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for Kristijan Stanicic, who will say how good year we had. And later on, that gentleman I spoke to you about, Senor Santander, will be joining Kristijan. Welcome.
Thank you, Frano. Dobar dan svima. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Eduardo. I hope to see you and to hear you, and I hope that you hear us and see us as well. Dear colleagues, dear friends of Croatian tourism, I'm really honored and pleased to meet you today at the conference Turizam 365, which is every year more and more innovative, and of course, every year we do hear a lot of successful information and useful information that we apply in our activities. I would like also to special thank to Ivana. Where is Ivana? There is Ivana. Thank you, Ivana, once again for your effort, which is really exceptional, and energy and commitment to bring us all together this year also in a very special circumstances. As Frano had mentioned before, we will have a short speak with our Executive Director of European Travel Commission, Mr. Eduardo Santander. But I'd like and allow me to point out a few things that I think are very important. And although we heard for former speakers a lot of useful informations and of course frames that we are getting to. Last 3 years have been very challenging for the whole world. I would even say they were very shocking. It seems as if the world stopped, and when the pandemic, what I'm mentioning, of COVID-19 came, we didn't know what we are fighting against, what we are facing, how long will it take, and of course, what challenges are in front of us. Then we had the situation, unfortunately, with the brutal war in Ukraine, with the brutal aggression of Russia. And nowadays, we are facing, of course, very strong economic challenges and issues, rising prices of products, of energy, and inflation, which we cannot predict when it's going to stop. However, I wouldn't like to end this speech in a pessimistic way. We also had some very positive examples in global tourism, and I would like to point out Croatian's results of tourism this year, because Croatia has proved that based on this year's result, and we are achieving almost 97% of arrivals in Croatia, and we can say that we are back to 2019. But is this our goal? On the other hand, we are of course very satisfied. We are very optimistic because we saw that based on synergy between public and private sector, between government, the Ministry of Tourism and Sport that we have in Croatia, which is helping the private sector, and the private sector, private initiatives, even investment that are happening in and happened in past 2 years in Croatia, we achieved very good results. And that's the result that it's much better than the average level than our competitive countries, and the result that we are very proud of. So I would like to thank all tourism employees and everybody who is involved in tourism directly and indirectly, of course, for those results, which are very, very important for the future of our tourism development. But the positive results also, on the other hand, reopened some old questions in Croatia, but I'm quite sure that this is not the situation only in Croatia. It's a global, these are global issues, and we are talking about employment, we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about unlimited usage of our resources. So I think that we have to face all together many, many issues and many, many challenges to get the tourism at the higher level, to be sustainable, resilient, and of course, successful. So I would like to get back to Eduardo. Eduardo, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Can it be a little bit louder? Much more glasnije. Okay. Hello from Croatia. Hello from beautiful region of Zagorje. And we are very satisfied that you are with us today.
Dobro jutro iz Brukselesa.
Please clap your hand for Eduardo. Okay, let's go back. In a very short time, we are facing several crises, as I mentioned before. First the COVID, then Ukraine, then energy crisis, and so on. Although tourism was one of the sectors which was most affected by the global crisis, it is also showing its potential as a major force of recovery. Eduardo, what is happening with tourism and what could be the role of tourism now? What is EU recovery strategy?
Thank you, Christian, and let me start thanking the organizers and yourself, Christian, and your team of the Croatian National Tourism Organization for your great work. It's not only that it's reflecting results this last summer, but it's the efforts of more than decades of hard work in positioning Croatia, not only in Europe, but worldwide, as a top destination. Well, maybe let me start quoting one of famous dramaturgs or novelists from Croatia, Ranko Marinkovic, who used to say that without goals and hope, we are just measures of time. So undoubtedly, we live in a festival of crisis. We had just COVID before, we had now the energy crisis, the invasion of Ukraine, and whatever is coming next. And this is, and coming back to your question, what kind of tourism, what is the role of tourism now? I think we have to go back to the very inherent role of tourism of creating values alike for visitors, of course, for our guests, but also for locals and definitely for entrepreneurs. And when I talk about what people call now resilience, and the anchor and the moderator today of our event was very funnily saying that resilience is just a fancy word, but resilience goes beyond that. Resilience is also a very embedded European factor that actually kept us alive and kept us surviving for many things. But the question at glance, do we want just to survive, or as a sector, as an industry, if you want, or do we want to thrive? And at the European Travel Commission, and with the support of our members, including the Croatian National Tourism Organization, and you, Christian, as Vice President, we have a clear goal here to provide value. Value has to do with other type of measurement, has to do with quality instead of quantity. And it was lovely to see Alexandra's presentation about Europe recovering, but again, 2019 cannot be considered a year, a normal year as a benchmark for the previous ones. As we know, there's been a lot of revenge tourism, there's gonna be a lot of seasonality, very much focused on the summer season, but what's gonna happen now at the end of September? So we have to see the whole year into prospect. Now, in this kind of what we call resilience and recovery pathway, as the European Commission is also calling it, we see different dimensions of it. The dimension, one of it is definitely economic. As we know, a lot of businesses had suffered, still suffering, and will have to suffer still for a few months until they paid back all the loans, grants, and help from 2 years of practically no activity. And there is a huge need of adaptability for new environments, what we call now, the crisis emergency mode every day. Willing, not only, to act quick when something happens, but, to have that kind of state of mind that when something happens, we're not only ready, but, we're also ready to continue business as usual. And the most important dimension, Christian, that I would like to mention to all of you today is the social component. I think we have forgotten for many decades, where we're coming from, and that, like tourism, it is an industry of people working in tourism, people visiting destinations, and people also dreaming about the time that they will come and visit, for instance, beautiful Croatia and their neighboring countries from the Adriatic coast, to the Balkans and so on and so on. So what I would like to say is that I think we have to move from that mindset of margin-driven, revenue-driven industry to a more social-oriented industry with the aim to come into the principles of tourism, which is providing value to both, again, visitors and locals alike.
Okay, so you think that it's not possible to get back on the old way of tourism, let me say like that. What are the new trends, and what are today's guests looking for?
Well, let me be frank and honest with you. The majority of us, when we travel, we want to have time with our beloved ones, we want to have fun. It is a hedonistic, egoistic moment that we all use to do all the things that we normally are not able to do in our normal daily life. So the tourism, it's major based here in Europe, particularly on mass tourism. And there is a lot of truth about the fact that, during high seasons, being summer, being Christmas, being Easter, and so on, we have a high concentrations of people looking for having good time for the cheapest price in the shortest period or shortest possible period of time. And this is where the problem relies. There is this kind of trend now that Alessandra was mentioning, that a lot of people are increasing their interest, to have a more conscious way of traveling. But again, it is up, to policies, and the moderator was making fun about politicians or politics versus policies. Here, good policies are also down bottom up, whereas we have seen in the last years a lot of initiatives, from the industry, but also from the visitors, a lot of new trends coming from the digital world, from the short-term rentals development, from many other things that we will have to see today, and see how this will also change our world of tourism. My point of view, Christian, here, and dear ladies and gentlemen present in the room, is that tourism will continue to thrive. Tourism will continue to prevail also, and not only survive, but thrive, because if we just look back a little bit, to the 80s with the first oil peak, to the 90s, the best, in the 90s, 92, 93, we had in Europe in general, one of the biggest economic crises too, that people forget very soon. We had then 9/11, we had then other terror attacks, we had COVID, and allow me to say that if tourism has survived 2 years of practically non-activity from 100 to 0, tourism will prevail and will thrive and will definitely be a better sector where to work will be a pleasure and where to visit new places will still one of the most appreciated human activities.
Okay, I would say that COVID trained us all together to make quick decisions and to transfer and to change in a quick way. So I would say that tourism needs at one part recovery and at the other part transformation. What do you think? How must we change? I mean, how must the private sector change and how must the public sector change?
Well, change starts from home, what I say, and we are also individuals, and we have to change not only the tourism industry, we have to change, mobility, particularly transportation. One uncomfortable truth that we have to be conscious about is that European tourism, as it is right now, as the best destination worldwide, the first destination worldwide, and so on, runs heavily on aviation. As long as aviation stays in a crisis mode, or they have problems acquiring fuels, or they are developing new sustainable fuels in the next decades and so on, we will be in trouble. So this is a possibility that we have of transformation, is to transform mobility in tourism. Transform mobility cannot be a process that happens overnight. We know that we have to invest more in railways, we have to also motivate destinations, but also societies alike to provide also with vacation time, for instance, or school holidays that will allow a family also to take a longer trip, because the train will take always longer, to arrive to some destinations. Moreover, we saw during pandemic the whole trend of staycation, of visiting your own country or even your neighboring countries. I think Europe has an array of possibilities of destinations and a variety of destinations that is so unique that we'll have to invest also on motivating Europeans also to stay in Europe and visit countries that they may have not visited yet or they would like to rediscover. Transformation comes with effort. We cannot believe in a change or preaching water and drinking wine. We'll have to start from our own national tourism organization, from ETC itself. We have to do a lot of changes in first market research, analyzing, the new trends. As Alessandra was presenting the UNWTO barometer. We do also release our own data and statistics, as you know. And it's about, our statistics have to do a lot of with sentiment, What do people really want when they travel right now? And how can we cater? How can we train also our businesses to cater for these new needs? And this is, again, a process that it's going to take time. It's not like we can just change over time. We also have to give the opportunity to business to recover. We cannot ask people for the moon if they are not able still to economically survive. So you see, it is a thin line of a transformative, regenerative, if you want, process that will take time. And for that, we need consensus here at the European Union level, consensus at national level, at regional level, and definitely at local level, where sort of the most important decisions are decided at local level. So, Christian, all in all, transformation, yes, but conscious that we also have to help SMEs that have not access, to funding so easily, that are struggling right now. SMEs are 95% of European tourism entrepreneurship, and they will need definitely strong help. And when I talk to help, it's not only providing knowledge, it's also providing with funding and also with line of finance that will allow them also to transform in the next years to come.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. Croatia nowadays is finishing the new strategy of sustainable tourism. Sustainability is a topic, I would say, it's a key theme on global tourism level. So I think that this is the right moment to focus on sustainability and to see and of course to implement many activities, projects, and everything which can be successful for the future of sustainable tourism. But is tourism ready to operate on a sustainable basis? What's your opinion from the point of view of ETC?
My honest opinion is that we have the right mindset. but we don't have the right tools yet. You know, like again, so I was mentioning the dependence on aviation, the dependence on mobility ways, you know, the dependence of cheap energy, you know, to operate from, you know, like beach resorts to ski resorts. You know, it is about scalability and how can we really leverage, you know, all these crises that are happening today to transform tourism in something that it's not only an experience available for the wealthy or for people that can afford it, but somehow, you know, for everybody in different ways. And this is where I struggle a little bit with the word sustainability. When it comes, you know, to sustainability, it could not be something very exclusive either, because exclusivity will probably translate into pricing, will translate into like very niche destinations for a very niche focus of people. And I think, you know, one of the biggest values of the European Union is, you know, like the freedom of movement, but also, you know, the democratic value of being able to travel around as we wish. And this is something that's where I struggle seeing how the sustainability in the three dimensions. I understand completely the, you know, the energy crisis related to the climate emergency. And that, if I'm very frank to you, that goes beyond what we can do or not. You know, we can influence our other policymakers. But I'm very much focused on the economic and social sustainability, which, you know, we have seen during this summer with all the disruption at airports. Alessandra was also mentioned the lack of labor force in tourism. It's not about, you know, people are not available to work. It's that they don't want to work in tourism. And this is a problem. The problem is that, you know, we are not attracting them. We are not retaining them. We probably are not paying them enough. And payment is not only salary. It's about opportunities. It's about, you know, giving them the future. So again, my statement here goes back, you know, to the principles, to the social roots that, you know, where we are coming from at tourism level. Please think about that. Even our own association, the European Travel Commission, came out of the ashes of the Second World War as a catalyst also for European economy and, you know, to a reconstruction of a new society, if you want. We are not there yet, but again, this festival of crisis that we are having right now, it's occasionating a lot of new ways of thinking. And I think we have to go back to the human component at a labor point of view, visitors, locals alike, but also policymakers. You know, like it's not about, you know, the policy is also made by humans, and the humans have to understand that we have a lot to add, you know, to create a better society, much greener if you want, more human, and this is going to take also some decades. You know, this is not a process that we can impose to people. They have also to believe on it, and for that we need a huge educational program, if you want, also from the side of tourism. Whereas, for instance, an NTO like the Croatian National Tourism Organization will probably change also the narrative over time. You know, it is not only being the pearl of the Mediterranean, it's not only have the beautiful mountains, the wine, and the gastronomy and the people. It's about what is the added value of visiting Croatia. What I'm gonna get in home, what is gonna bring me back to you? And this is our question that you go even to the more philosophical grounds. Well, I think what I want to say here that it's like this transformation, and it's gonna cost also something. It's gonna cost effort, it's gonna cost funds, and it's gonna have to be also educated to both supply and demand at the same time.
Yes. Okay, and my last question is based on innovations in tourism. We all agree that we need innovations because of new issues and new challenges that are against us and in front of us in the future. What about innovations in, for example, hotels, in improving the tourism infrastructure, improving the managing of destinations? What do you think the future of tourism will look like?
Well, the future of tourism, as I said before, is bright. Will prevail for sure. Now, with regards to innovation, innovation is also one of those words. Humans have that incredible capacity to react to crisis and create new solutions. That's what it's called innovation. We are definitely within many different crises. I'm sure that out of energy crisis, everything has to do with the climate emergency and so on. A lot of innovative ideas are emerging as we talk. They're emerging in Croatia. There's a lot of young and not so young entrepreneurs changing also the way they address their clients and so on. As for the hotels, we have to come back definitely with the sustainability options that would give also an incentive to the guests, to choose from them. For the time being, sustainable products are still very much niche. So we have to change that step by step, and reward people using more sustainable services, being a room or being a restaurant or being, a rent-a-scooter company in any of the beautiful Croatian towns. It's not only about, the hotel rooms. Hotel rooms are placed in destinations that are famous for something. And, we have to put that kind of message all around. And this is where we pledge at ETC for better places to live, better places to visit. It is important that the people in Croatia also have a good life, that they can pass over that feeling to the visitors. And that also comes with investment from, governments, but like foreign investment, and also, from locals alike, that they would like to invest also in their own places. We have to avoid the gentrification that, we've seen in many places, like in Dubrovnik, like in Robin, famous places that, while they're still very beautiful to visit, they lack a lot of local life because people cannot afford to live there. So you see, everything is so interconnected that in kind of innovation, we cannot only focus in one layer of the economy. Last but not least, again, Christian, you know me for many years, and I'm wearing a tie also today just because I know it's a Croatian invasion. So, and we're back to business. So it is not about to forecast or to see what is gonna come next, but it's to shape it together. I think at the European Travel Commission and with your own help, Christian, we create that kind of consolidated base of benchmarking. We need to share a lot of information. We live in the civilization, the age of sharing. It's not only sharing economy, it's sharing information, sharing ways to do things, sharing ways of doing best practices too. And this, I leave it with a message of hope. Again, tourism in Europe will prevail. We only have to ask ourselves whether we want to be the first destination or the best, because the approach is it's going to be a very different one.
Thank you, Eduardo, very much. I agree with you. I have a small son. He's 6. He is swimming, okay? And then the last competition, he was the first. And he was, of course, so happy. And I'm always trying to teach him it's not the most important to be first, but to participate. So I think the goal is to be the best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you once again for participation, and of course, many thanks to you, all your team, because you are doing really, really a great job, and you are a great support to every NTO in Europe. Thank you.
Hvala, thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Eduardo. Thank you so much, Christian. Hvala najljepša, Christian, you did a great job. As you may see, this part of our conference is called Most Wanted. Most Wanted, tourism, political experts are with us. You heard Eduardo, you heard Alessandra, and now you're going to meet and hear another lovely gentleman as well. He's Prime Minister, likes Croatian tourism, offers a lot. He's every single year in Croatia. A lot of our friends from that country love Croatia, even though we speak very different languages. And it's quite hard to communicate, but when you're in Croatia, everybody knows that you communicate with hands, with hugs, with smiles. But without the transportation, without innovation, there is no chance that you can enter Croatia anyhow. As you may have heard, word resilient is something which we strive to survive. Why? Because for us in this part of Balkans, it's much easier. We grow up with that old saying, snađi se, manage. So when it's hard, we manage. When it's good, we manage. When it's easy, we don't know what to do. But that's the reason why we want to learn, and expire our notes. We're going to now name another gentleman who will be speaking. His name is István Ühely. He comes from Magyarország, or in English, Magyarország. He will be speaking in English or Hungarian, whatever he prefers, but you can always greet him with Üdvözöljük, jó napot kívánok, barát, szívesen. Or please welcome this lovely gentleman who will be now talking about how we can drive, fly, and survive. Join us, István.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Frano, this is the first time when I can enjoy your show. You are fantastic. I like you. Is it expensive to invite you to Brussels to do it there?
It's only one flight away.
We have to share. Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Ivana, thank you for your invitation. Your Excellencies, ministers, state secretaries, ambassadors, presidents, directors, business people, and all those who give us the service. Thank you so much for your invitation. First of all, I would like to express my highest appreciation having me invited here to this important meeting in this beautiful destination. Thanks to Ms. Csilla Mezősi, Secretary General of the ESPA, the European Spa Association. She asked me to be here, and she wanted to introduce me this excellent audience, and of course, Ivana. We have a long-standing relationship and a common fight for saving tourism in the middle of different crises. You have to know that I'm Hungarian. In the past, I was responsible for tourism in the government. It was a long time ago. It was a social democratic government, not this period. But after that, I went to Brussels, and I'm first vice chair of the Transportation and Tourism Committee, and I'm responsible for tourism. And also in the same time, I'm a special ambassador of the UN WTO. And of course, big lover of Croatia. Every summertime, we have a family camping, family camping week here in Croatia. So you know very well, we are living in challenging times. I remember well, some years ago, one of our most important problems was how to handle the mass tourism. You mentioned it, also Eduardo mentioned it. And within a moment, there was the Thomas Cook crisis. We didn't mention it, but it was very, very important signal, where the entire sector realized that crisis management mechanism was needed for global problems. Yes, you know very well, the ministers, of course, have to work in this stage, but the tourism as member state competency policy, we don't have too much chance to support it from European level. But because of the Thomas Cook crisis, we realized that. And we started to make a lobby to do something also on European level. That time, the European Parliament accepted a resolution and had several suggestions already that moment for later crises, and we were before the COVID-19. And COVID, right, which changed our life immediately. Border closures on national level, no flights, no connectivity, quarantine rules without communication, and not a real European solution. And we recognize that several EU legislations do not work well in this situation, like the airport slots, for example, and the situation of ghost flights. But within a short time, the EU institutions woke up and introduced several initiations, which have resulted in a lot of achievements. The digital COVID certificate has become a common tool in not only EU member states, but in numerous other countries. This tool facilitates the travel through borders. Parallel with this, several financial programs were initiated by the Commission, the European Commission, like the state aid or the SURE program, for example. But is it enough for us? I think not. It's not enough. We need more money, and we need better lobby on European level. For example, of course, for all the European member states, the RRF program, the Recovery and Resilience Facilities, are very important. But do you have any information about that? How big part of the RRF, this huge money, will go to support, to finance the tourism industry? We don't know, because we don't have any kinds of information from the member states to the Commission or to the Parliament. But we created it from the European budget. We did it together on European level. That's why I think we have a big part, we need a big part from the RRF. What we have to finance, we have to send to the tourism industry, because it's not enough to enjoy the tourism service. Also not enough for the governments to enjoy the taxes from the tourism industry. It's also important to feed it. So that's why I think it wasn't enough what we could achieve on European level. After strong presence of the European Parliament, like drafting an initiation report and several resolutions, different suggestions of the political groups have arrived why the European Commission presented finally the tourism pathway document. It's important now. It's not only about speeches. Finally, it's very, very important for us to have actions. We are after a successful summer season and now in preparation for the winter. But let me see where we are now exactly. As I mentioned several times, we need 3 important steps and tools together to be successful. We need a separate budget line in the EU budget. We need it. And please, dear colleagues from the member states' governments, support it. The European Parliament was alone with this idea. Several member states supported it, and even the Commission was positive at the beginning, but this didn't get through, because in the Council, they killed the project. I know in the Council, the finance ministers are stronger than the tourism ministers. But they have to calculate about the future. If they need taxes and money from the tourism industry and the service industry, then we have to fight together for the European budget line in the future. The second is a long-time strategy with the crisis management mechanism. I have to tell you, during the past months, the European Commission have done a lot, and on the basis of the green and digital transition focusing on resilience, they have organized several roundtable discussions and working events where the majority of the stakeholders were invited and listened. There is an updated website on tenders, which is important for the colleagues who are sitting here in this room, and grants by the European Commission. And there is a growing list of pledges and best practices of projects, which could be integrated part of the tourism ecosystem. So we will have more for example, direct funds and tools to support the tourism. Please check it on the European Commission website. And the third element is the stronger governance on European level. We have a European Tourism Manifesto. We created it together with the stakeholders, for example, with Eduardo, Santander, and the ETC, and also together with the HOTREC and Your Excellency, State Secretary Susan Klaus-Winkler, who will be the next speaker. In that time, she was president of the Hotel Association of the European Union, the HOTREC, and we created together this tourism roundtable, the Tourism Manifesto, the sole and united voice for tourism stakeholders. More than 60 associations and organizations are members of it. We have the Tourism Task Force in the European Parliament, and we have more and more colleagues who try to help us to make this lobby. Let me share with you another approach where we could put tourism back on track. This is the ESG system. This is my last point, but I would like to send it to your brain to use it. Several speakers mentioned it in some another way. But what does it mean, ESG system? Concerning the green and digital transition, we focus sometimes only on the environment spectacle. You know, when you have to go to Brussels, always in all the conferences, speeches, everywhere, you must use the sustainability, this word, sustainability. Without this word, it's no chance to organize, to have a meeting room in Brussels. You have to use sustainability. But come on, what does it mean? Which is, of course, the environment spectacle is crucial, but could not capable to answer to the shortage of workers problem. Also, Christian and Eduardo mentioned it. So the second pillar of successful industry, if we handle the social aspect, not only the environment aspect. And it gets the same importance than the environment. I have 6 kids. They teach me always, especially my daughters. They are very green. But of course, it's important, but how they will have jobs in the future if we are talking only about the environment, sustainability issues. And the third pillar of this approach is the governance. That means the stronger representation in tourism comparing to other sectors of the economy. That is a great achievement by the decision of the Commission to include tourism industry among the 14 industries ecosystem next to the car industry, for example, or healthcare, or several others. This is the first time in the European history when the tourism industry, our beloved industry, is inside the 14 most important sectors for the European Union. So, dear colleagues, ESG, not talk about only the sustainability, ESG, environment, social, governance. We have to use it and to push it everywhere. And finally, some concrete projects. I will conclude. Because, of course, this is a place where we can make networks. That's why I'm here. I would like to mention you one important project. The UNWTO, the European Director, Alessandra, mentioned how important it is for the UNWTO, the skills. Yeah, I think, and I got it also from the colleagues from Hungary, from the business people. It will be the biggest problem for us in the future, skills and workers, and how can we collect or re-invite the people to the tourist sector after this crisis. We started one UNWTO academy in Switzerland. I'm president of the board, and we really would like to invite more and more member states, business people, big companies, stakeholders, to do it together. It's a UNWTO academic center, but we would like to open it for the stakeholders and the private sector also. So please, please find my email address, and I really would like to work together with you. The second one, it's advertisement. Maybe you heard about the Discover EU program, which is the free Interrail ticket for the 18 years old European teenagers. It is my personal project. I started it 7 years ago. I checked, there were thousands and thousands Croatian 18 years old teenagers who won tickets the last years. Our new project will start in October, so please help to make some kind of advertisement. It's also good for Croatia to invite from other countries on train 18 years old teenagers. And the third one, which is, I think, very important, and I would like to mention it because of Alessandra Eduardo, we have to think about that, how can we manage the possible situation when China will open the gates. It's a challenge, because of course we need the Chinese tourists, but it will be a mass tourism immediately. That's why I would like to ask the colleagues in this room and also everywhere in Europe, together with the ETC, Christian, to try to make some kind of plan how we would like to join, enjoy, and survive that moment when China will open the gates. I was the initiator of the EU-China Tourism Year some years ago. We managed it, but we have to replan how we can work together. Dear colleagues, thank you so much. I was too long, but I wanted to tell you all the informations. My last sentence, the tourism industry is the industry of peace. So first of all, we need peace. And after that, make love and business. Thank you so much.
Köszi István. Peace will, no, nema na čemu. Peace will probably come. Latest news, Ukrainian soldiers are in Luhansk. They go to Lysychansk. Maybe at the end of the year, everything will be as we used to, because we are people. We like things to be as we are used to. Nice, peaceful, and easy. But you can call Chinese tourists in Croatia whenever you want, because when they read how long our trains go through Croatia, they think that we are big as China, so they will feel like home. Before we carry on with the special parts of today's program, I'm gonna say, stay with us. We'll be back after commercials. Izvolite, kolega. Thanks to all our dear friends, our sponsors, our partners for enabling that we are here. Clap your hands for them. And now it's a great pleasure always to call a colleague who always has the toughest question for the people to answer in front of you, and I'll always be the nice guy who makes you laugh. He always has the harder job to do, but he does it very well. He is my longtime colleague. He used to be my professor sometimes, but he never said that publicly. So, ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for a famous Croatian journalist, the best political journalist I've met in my career, Mislav Togonal. He'll be your moderator.
Thank you very much, Frano. You have a coffee or a lunch for this. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends, welcome to Terme Tuhel. Welcome to the Ministerial Forum leading the transition to resistant tourism. An excellent tourism season is behind us on the Croatian coast, in which it has been shown that in time of crisis and uncertainty, Tourists, of course, prefer car destination, safe destination, and destinations close to their homes. After the pandemic and lockdown, many couldn't wait to get to the warm Croatian sea to recharge their batteries, and I think that you are among them. I am. However, the season is coming to an end, and uncertainty worries all tourism workers because a whole series of threats has loomed over this sector over tourism. One part of the problem are growing energy prices that throw hoteliers into despair. The second, of course, is growing inflation. In Croatia, last month it was 12.3%. The third is the uncertainty due to the possible escalation of the pandemic. And the fourth, of course, is war in the Ukraine, but as Frano says, it could be over quickly, huh? You think so? Hopefully. Each of these problems is enough to ruin the season, and each of these problems is a big worry to every tourism worker. Today, we have representatives of Ministry of Tourism and Ministers of Tourism who cover a good part of Central and Southeastern Europe, all the way from the Alps to the heart of the Mediterranean. Please welcome Susanne Kraus-Winkler, State Secretary at Federal Ministry of Labor and Economy of Republic of Austria. Take your place, please. Also today with us is Mr. Goran Đurović, Minister of Economic Development and Tourism of Republic of Montenegro. You're from Montenegro, very quick. We have also with us Mr. Robert Pende, State Secretary of Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Republic of Croatia. Yesterday evening, the Slovenian Minister Matjaž Han apologized due to the urgent obligations in Ljubljana, and this morning Croatian Minister Nikolina Brnjac was positive on the COVID test. So we have some problem, but not many, because you are the main stars of this panel. I would like this to be interactive discussion, so please raise your hand and I will approach you with a microphone. You will have opportunity to ask whatever you want to our distinguished guests. And we will start with Austria. We'll start with our neighbor from the Alps. You have a great summer season, but you have also a great ski season, winter season. Is it good? How is this year? Are you satisfied?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure coming to Croatia. I've been there several years, already attending conferences, and this one is really impressive. Thank you very much for the organization. Summer this year was quite good. At the moment, we are approximately only 4.6% behind the same season in 2019, which is always the reference year. We heard it already. When we look from January to July, right now we only have the data until the end of July because the August data comes next week. We are approximately 15.5% behind 2019. So we expect this year, and everything depends on the inflation and price increase, and if there is, our source market, as you know, is Germany, so if something with the inflation and the price increase goes wrong, it might have a big impact besides the fear if COVID comes up again. But in general, our source market decides how tourism will be in autumn. And of course winter, but autumn. So we expect that this year will end with approximately those 15% less than 2019, maybe a little bit less, if we are lucky.
Which part of the year is better, summer or winter season? What would you say in Austria?
Yes, I think it's interesting to see the structure of the Austrian seasonality. It's still that summer has approximately 52% of all overnights and winter 48%. But the guests, foreign guests, are 78% in winter and 70% in summer. So if we look in detail, of course, the added value of the winter tourism is much higher than the added value of the summer tourism, also because people have to spend more money if they do winter sports. And prices during winter in the hospitality industry is also much higher than summer. But I think this will change in the future. And it was already said that we have to rethink a lot of our standards and our understanding of tourism. And this might also be a difference now, because we don't understand why a hotel room, which costs in summer, let's say 150 euros, in winter costs 200 euros, because milk and everything else is the same when it comes to prices in winter and in
heating prices
summer.
are higher, huh? If you want heating prices, when you're skiing, you have to, you want to have a warm room, and Putin is not happy with that. So how is Austrian state, how are you helping to your hoteliers, to your tourist workers? Are you helping them with these rising prices of energy?
Yes, you're right. Heating costs more, but it's also air conditioning in summertime nowadays, as more and more hotels have also air conditioning in summer.
Even in Alps?
Even in Austria, it is more or less balanced when it comes to costs. But yes, the energy costs and the energy supply for the next months is one of the biggest problems and challenges we are facing. After 2 years of high subsidies from the government to the industry in Austria, we are now discussing a lot how much subsidies should be given to companies. And this is a big discussion right now. Of course, there were a lot of subsidy programs now for private households to create a better situation for the heating and other higher costs. But the question is how much support needs business, and specifically the SMEs. Right now we are thinking about, or there is under discussion, a subsidy program for high efficiency, for high energy using companies. They will support 30% of the additional costs from between March and September. But this does not help maybe for the winter season. So at the moment, it is a big discussion. No one really knows how to deal with these higher costs. Because on one side, we have the higher costs and everyone cries. Of course, they want to have subsidies like with COVID. But on the other side, there are market mechanisms by the European Central Bank who are necessary to follow. So how much do you support the energy prices in a situation like this, where market systems also have to act or be positive?
Okay, thank you for now. Let's go to Montenegro. How was your season? Many of your guests came from Russia, from Ukraine. Was this a good or a bad season? What would you say?
I don't know. I don't think that is no problem that I will give you answer on Montenegrin or Croatian language. Is no problem.
Well, I think that everybody will understand you, and if some have problem with translation, they can take translation devices from our colleagues here, so you can continue.
Thank you very much. Frano je dobio poziv za Bristol.
Frano got an invitation for Brussels, and I want to invite you all to Montenegro. I look at your features very gladly, and I agree with what Frane said. I think that you're one of the best moderators of political shows in the region. I thank Mr. Đurović for this compliment. It is true. We have had a very successful season in Montenegro. If you look at data that were presented, that Europe is still far from the year 2019. although we know that Montenegro is at 90% of this year, 2019, we can say that this was very successful. We had a very good primary season. The high season was a little bit behind, but then we caught momentum, and all in all, we have had a very good peak of the season. The trend continued in the post-season, and at this very moment, Montenegro's capacities are full. The hotels are booked until the end of September, even onwards. So all in all, we can be satisfied with the season.
Big fiasco of the season on Montenegrin coast are lie.
Nažalost, to su bila samo...
These were only two portals from Croatia, our competitors, so we don't pay, yes, this is competition, we don't pay too much attention. I think we will not face this dark scenario. I want to have good relations with all our neighbors, and we in Montenegro are happy. When you have a good season, it means that we will have a good season. We were glad when we see that Croatian coast is full. I know that on several portals there were announcements of gloom, but they were happily not true. Montenegro had an excellent season, and we are proud to say that this is the result of the current government. You asked me about tourists from Russia and Ukraine. It is true. In the past period, we had a lot of tourists from these countries, but this year they did not come, of course. But this year we utilized another opportunity. We realized we cannot rely on any single market, source market. We realized that the world is much bigger than we used to think, so we turned to other destinations. And I can say we are more than happy with the visits from Israel. The percentage of German tourists has grown, as well as Scandinavian and other parts of Western Europe. And I also hope that with the opening of China, as the gentlemen have said, and maybe even creating some joint offer between Croatia and Montenegro, that this results in the forthcoming period will be even better.
Minister says that on the Montenegrin coast, the prices are just like on the Côte d'Azur. C'est vrai? Is it good or bad?
Dobro, naš...
Our Prime Minister is not a very formal guy. He's quite informal. That's why I like him. And that's why I work with him very well. This is what he thought. If you raise the quality of your offer, it's quite all right that your price will follow. But he placed the focus on those providers who remain on the same quality level but raise prices from year to year. In my view, Montenegro must have a varied offer, just like you have in Croatia. You have accommodation for 20 euro and for 2,000 euro, and this is quite all right. I had the opportunity to visit a number of countries. In Austria, you can stay 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and Montenegro must follow this approach. We must have more and more places where people can spend as much money as they want. For instance, we have a new excellent resort called Porto Novi, and the information we have from this resort, tourists have a problem when they go to the city, to Herceg Novi, because they have simply no content where to spend their money, and they come back to the hotel dissatisfied. So this is what we must boost, what we must encourage, to broaden the offer, to have these people, to have them spend the money they wanted to spend on experience. And In Croatia, this is at the moment it is easier to get from Washington to Dubrovnik than from Herceg-Novi from Dubrovnik. We unfortunately have this relatively strict border. It will take you 4 or 5 hours sometimes to get from Dubrovnik to the Kotor in Montenegro.
Robert Pende, State Secretary on the Croatian Ministry of Tourism, the longest State Secretary in the history of Croatian ministries. How many years?
30.
30 years. Once I asked you, how many ministers did you change in your 30 years? And you said, what, 10, 12?
11.
11, okay. And I remember that 3 of them were in the audience, and I asked you, which one you like the most? And you answered me, well, Mr. Togonal, it's like with your child. Everyone is close to your heart. Please give a big applause to Mr. Pende. How is Ministry, Mrs. Brnjac? Is she feeling well?
Yes, I hope so.
Okay. Okay, let's start with our subject here. Croatia has extremely successful season, but how much did we earn this year?
Ja ću isto hrvatski se rađe
Okay, you can
služiti.
continue Croatian.
I will also continue in Croatian. This year was one of those who represent a final return after the pandemic crisis, which has hit us pretty hard. Although 2021 was still a year in which we could breathe relatively well. Already in July, when the markets opened, especially towards the USA and the third countries, which are important for us for the final recovery, after all the results that we have seen on the presentation at the beginning, the European market has recovered the fastest because it is very well connected inwardly and functions well within itself. So it can overcome various stresses, crises, including the pandemic crisis. So right now we are at 97% of physical parameters. The financial parameters are even higher, but only when we calculate the results at the end of the year we will know the exact profit. We have seen a growth in earnings, in wages, in tourism. This trend started in 2021 and continued in this year. One bad thing is that the energy prices grew a lot and this hit us pretty hard.
Just give us one of your precognition approximately.
Dakle, mi smo negdje...
In 2019 we had 10.5 billion euro revenue. This year we have grown by 800 million euro. This is our assessment of how much the earnings at the end of the year could be. We were actually expecting even a little bit more. September has good indicators. It is 6% better in terms of revenue than last year. So financial-wise, this year will be better. But I repeat, we will know the exact result at the end of the year. As you know, the inflation in tourism is a bit lower than we have in the foods and beverages industry, but also our costs are higher. It is now around 70% in tourism. The government measures, the government is prepared to subsidize energy in the amount of 21 billion kuna. This will enable a number of our entities to continue functioning in a profitable way, especially in the post-season period. Dakle, vi yes, all the measures of the government are going in the direction Croatia has a very high inflection and very high seasonality, and in the past years we have pushing the concept of sun and sea, but we are abandoning this concept. We were developing new contents, and one of the problems that we have 4 or 5 stars hotel, but then they leave the hotel, go to the town, wanting to have some experience, and there is a lack of that. So we must have a balanced development, not just build a hotel.
Montenegro, or on these expensive destinations, such as, I don't know, Porto Montenegro, or the last one, Porto Novi. You have Turizam 365, don't you?
Da, u principu Crna Gora I Hrvatska su...
Croatia and Montenegro are very similar, and the tendencies of development are similar also. Of course, Croatian coast is much larger, but speaking of tendencies, they are basically the same. We both have potentials to have tourism 365 days a year. This year we had a fantastic season in the north of Montenegro, and we invested a lot. Our ministry has supported a number of manifestations in the north of Montenegro. We have a broad sports offer like rafting, biking, kayaking, but it's a problem that our accommodation capacities were not sufficient to satisfy the demand that we have seen. I agree very much with the Hungarian colleague. I think that we must find an appropriate model how to use our mountains, our rivers, lakes, how to articulate all this as a tourist potential. For instance, one country which I look up as an example is Austria. Whenever you visit that wonderful country, you see that they have a system which does not disturb the natural balance, which does not disturb nature. This is what gives us an illustration how to have a summer season and a winter season and an offer throughout the year which has high quality. What is better, the Alps and the Durmitor mountain range? Well, as a patriot, I should say that Durmitor and Montenegro is better, but we must be realistic. I love the Alps. It's a great thing to be in the Alps, but I'm sure, on the other hand, that my Austrian colleague would enjoy Montenegro and Montenegro's mountains as well. So count this as an invitation to visit Montenegro. Austria has
visitors per year. Is that sustainable?
Yes, it is sustainable because we are working since years on plans to make sure that our neighbor our nature. And of course, the area of the Alps is not destroyed too much. Well, we have some discussions, of course. There are some discussions about how many more cable cars do we need, and specifically now that this winter is about how much natural snow and how much artificial snow is needed to have the quality for winter sports. But in general, everyone, specifically in the Alpine regions, is very careful how to develop tourism. And thank you very much for the promotion you did for us.
It's free.
Yes. Good to know. I think our responsibility right now is to even follow more intensive the master plan tourism, which was finalized in 2019. Then there was a small break during the COVID period, but now we are really trying, and as it was said, we don't want to be the first, but we want to be the best when it comes to sustainability in all its dimensions. So we are working hard on action plans to make sure that the future of the Austrian tourism goes in the right direction. Of course, we also have all kinds of Austrian labels for destinations and for hospitality entities, but we are also now creating a new tourism funding guideline, which will come into force 2023. And there we are really trying hard to follow all kinds of sustainability. For instance, we won't support any new hotels in tourism-intensive villages, and we define them by those who have more than 500,000 overnights a year. Or we are really trying hard also to support, as already said, workforce, or the lack of skilled labor is one of our biggest problems, which we have to face beside the energy problem and the increase of the prices.
Where from do you import workers in tourism, except from Croatia, from Montenegro, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia? Where are they coming?
Well, right now we have approximately 43% of all workforce working in the industry coming from outside of Austria. A lot of them come from the European countries, the member countries, but we also have a lot of people coming from third countries. But we have quite strong restrictions for those who want to get for the working permission from countries from outside of the EU. And this right now puts the biggest pressure on the industry, because we would need much more. Right now it's limited to approximately 2,000 people. It was approximately 1,300, but then it was increased to 2,000, but the UK left the EU. Now all UK workers are also outside of EU workers, so they are in this contingent which we now have, and this in reality it's not an increase of this saisonnier contingent, which we call it. So what we are fighting for also from the government, but it's a little bit difficult in a political situation as we are now, to increase this. But on the other hand, there is no other solution than to open up also to third country labor markets, to make sure that our service industry, which needs a lot of people, to be successful in the future.
Okay, we don't have here a Slovenian Minister of Tourism, but in the audience we have a former Slovenian Minister of Tourism and also a former Vice President of the Slovenian government, Mr. Počivalšek. Please welcome him once again. During the COVID pandemic, the Slovenian hotels, terme, and many other locations were full of tourists, because you have so-called Poči voucher, your vouchers that you distribute to the Slovenian citizens. And everybody went to hotels, everybody went to the pools, to the sea. Is that program continuing or not? Because you're not anymore Vice President.
who can still remember the vouchers. This is all. This is all forgotten. We helped Slovenian tourism with 4 measures. One of them are vouchers, and we had as government that time 2 options to finance directly the companies or to give the same amount to the residents of Slovenia and to try to push the tourism industry that they have to fight for the guests. And
How much was it? 100, 200 euros?
This was in first package 200 per adults and 50 per persons under 18 years. And second package was 100 euros and 50 euros. First package was prepared only on the base bed and breakfast. And this means that we got also additional consumption during whole Slovenia.
So basically they got 200 euros per head and spent 200 more to...
Yes. In total amount of money was invested in Slovenian tourism in amount more than half billion euros. In these 2 years. We finished with this program in the first half of this year, and this has influence on Slovenian tourist results. But the most important thing is also that Slovenia was discovered by Slovenians. We were not so much these 2 years in Croatia.
So it's a problem for us, but now you have a new government.
But now it will be tough, and the tourism industry must be much more innovative in the future if they would like to get such results as we had in 2019.
Thank you very much. Please, a big applause for Mr. Počivalšek. Innovation, that's the key word we are asking today. So let's hear from our panelists what they think about this idea. Do you have to give the money to the companies or to the people to spend the money on the hotels? Not just that, but more money on their destination. Let's start with you, Mr. Đurović. What do you think about this idea?
Pa na sreću Crna Gora nije...
Fortunately, Montenegro had no need for such measures because, we still had enough tourists, quite a number of tourists who did not need any vouchers. And that was quite useful. But we had certain packages, and I believe Serbia had something similar, and that is the way how to motivate your own people to spend their money in your own country. It is quite a legitimate way of dealing with that situation. We had something similar, not identical, but similar, even after the COVID situation. We contacted our doctors of medicine and the entire medical staff, all those who fought into 2020 with that. They all got vouchers so they could spend some time in our hotels, but it couldn't be called mass tourism. It was quite a legitimate measure for the support of tourism in Montenegro. But as I said, this year there was no need to support tourism.
What's with that project?
Da, pa svaka zemlja, apsolutno.
Yes, every country, yes, especially those emissive countries, I believe Slovenia in that sense is in a worse position than Croatia. There are more an emissive country than Croatia, but every country should take care about their own tourists, their own guests, and every measure being undertaken in that direction is very welcome. We do have our tourist card. We started with that measure in February, and in March everything was closed down due to the pandemics. that card was a very good measure. In Hungary, they also initiated it. And what about it? Have you abandoned the idea? No, no, no. We still work with it. It needs to be upgraded with more services to be included in that tourist card, and that is one of the directions we can upgrade it. At that very moment, I believe there are around 7,000 cards being already issued. It is like any other card. It is an incentive, and you can motivate your employees to spend, or your own people to spend the money there. The only thing that happened to us was that we issued it at the wrong moment. That was only 1 month before the COVID crisis started. There is also a legal limit set for that. You can't do with it what you want. There are ways how to make it more popular. It is not only a way how to award your employees and to spend that money in your own hotel, in your own place. It's also to stimulate the tourist sector to offer certain prices, which means better prices or discounts, and
I will approach you and you can ask the question to our panelists. Here's somebody who will break the ice. Please tell us your name.
Dražen Slamar, I'm working on developing golf tourism in Croatia. I think that golf is ideal tourism 365. Question for Ms. Susan. How are you satisfied with golf tourism in Austria with 160 golf courses? And question for Robert. Zašto tako sporo razvijamo?
Why are we so slow in developing golf tourism in Croatia, and what are we supposed to do to empower that?
Klaus Winkler.
If I understood him right, it's about golf tourism?
That's right.
Yes. Well, golf tourism was one of the big developments approximately 15, 20 years ago. We have a lot of golf courses right now, specifically in those areas like thermal spa areas where it is an additional offer. Right now, it's not increasing as it was at that time. So I doubt that someone would start to build new golf courses right now. Golf tourism is never should be underestimated, but it's not one of the big drivers, specifically for the younger people, the younger crowd. Younger people in Austria have tourism demand, and also from the international perspective. So it doesn't have the big impact anymore. From my point of view, it's some additional nice offer, but I don't think that it is the big trend right now.
Okay, Mr. Panda, Croatia used to have a problem with that golf course on the top of the hill next to Dubrovnik on the Srđ, and even some kind of international arbitration is here actual, and maybe we'll have to pay some large amount of money for that project. So what do you expect? How will the golf tourism evolve in Croatia?
Da, golf.
Considering Croatia's position, golf tourism has a good perspective. It could be an offer filling the pre-season and post-season offer. In the summer, it is too hot to play golf, and the period outside of the peak season is very interesting. Geographically, we are very close to emission markets for golf players, and we did not utilize this opportunity until now. primarily we have had private investments in this field. Although it was natural that the government builds the infrastructure, but it is a fact that it was private investors who were interested to invest in this kind of offer, especially those investors which are already present on the tourist market, on the elite tourist market. The idea of a golf market, for instance, Kempinski hotels, this whole period lives from restaurants, hotels, and from a golf course, and we have seen that Croatia needs a concept like this. According to the old tourism strategy in Croatia, one of the problems that we identified is the land use and possible commercialization of land use, the determining of adequate price for publicly owned land, and it was only about 10 months ago that the government decided to build a golf course on the island of Ugljan, along with all the auxiliary content. We will see how it goes in the future. We have defined a reasonable price for the golf course and the commercial content. I know at least 10 such projects in Croatia, primarily in the area of Istrian County, and in the forthcoming periods, this is what we as a state will consider to try to valorize and bring to tourist use the former military areas. It is not simple, it's a complex story, because we are speaking about a change in the use of the land. For instance, there were demands to cut wood, to cut agricultural land in order to build a golf course. We did not allow this. We made a requirement that if you build a golf course, you must actually plant wood, not cut wood. In this sense, we made some inroads, we achieved some changes in the regulations, but not all of the open questions have been answered.
Military location from the former GNA, especially in the Boka Kotarska region, that can possibly be a tourist locations, don't you?
Pa Porto Novi je ta situacija. Znači, vi ste nekada u Porto.
For instance, this Porto Novi resort is a former military barracks, Kumbor. And this is a success story, but there are not so many former military barracks that could be transformed and valorized as tourist complexes. But what we had near the coast, what could be made into a new use, we have succeeded. But you know that we are members of NATO now, and we must keep some of the resources for military, for naval use. All in all, there are not so many free spaces so that this could be part of some overall strategy.
Here is the microphone.
Engleski ili hrvatski? Okay, I'm Goran Bradić. I have a question for Mr. Đurović. Before 2 weeks, I just came back from the holiday in Montenegro, coast, Petrovac, Budva. And I have 2 connected questions. First is, what is happening with San Stefan? Because I have heard that it's closed more than 2 years. and for me that is brand of Montenegro tourism. And second question is, we are talking here about whole year tourism and sustainable tourism. My opinion is that you are going to one street to mass tourism, because I have seen a lot of investors which build in the sea, not on the coast, in the sea. And what is with your inland? Thank you.
Thank you very much, San Stefan. Daniel Popović pjeva Đuli, Lokice plešu na obali. That was a hit destination. Today, San Stefan is closed, isn't it?
Jest, nažalost jeste I...
San Stefan is closed. Yes, unfortunately it is. This is when you make contracts and you have the theory, we will manage easily. Then you hit a barrier and you get what we have now. This contract was made a long time ago, and many items were not defined in the contract. Actually, there was even a disregard for the constitution and laws of Montenegro. So I think we must always respect what is defined by law. I think that Croatia has the same view. It cannot happen that we enable some exclusivity for the beaches, for the paths and so on. This is not foreseen by law, and many investors are demanding this. So we have entered an arbitration process concerning St. Stephen. This is taking place in London. It is our duty to always respect the laws and constitution of Montenegro. We have not had an appropriate response from the investors who is challenging our view. All in all, the result is bad. The Aman Hotels is a very representative brand, but we did not find common language for this season. So we are now waiting whether the courts in London will bring a decision and find a solution which will be mutually acceptable.
Wild buildings, real estate developers,
Da,
he doesn't care for the law.
gospodine
The questioner is fully in the right. We have certain areas which are practically lost. Let's be real. Through various manipulative actions, such as the buildings of condo hotels, we have seen a number of manipulations. For instance, when you build the condo hotels, you get permission to build it at the very edge of the sea, but then you see that in the end that these are apartments which are sold as apartments, and you get into the position where your permit is being manipulated, where you didn't have adequate regulatory framework, where you didn't have adequate inspection. So there were failures to follow up on these permits and see what is actually done. There are a number of things which were subject in the past to disregard and even corruption. This cannot happen in Croatia anymore, and looking at spaces which are untouched, for instance, this wonderful beach, 13 kilometers sand beach in Ulcinj, as well as others. There are areas which are real pearls, and as we have a total of 65 kilometers of coast, which must take care of this sensitive area, how to valorize this potential. Mrs. Kraus-Winkler, do you have a similar problem in Austria?
They build apartments for rent or for sale.
Yes, this was a trend which started a few years ago, that people are going to build apartments. And
Even in Austria?
Even in Austria, in Alpine region, specifically in
People
Alpine
from
regions.
Western Balkan.
It's so-called cold beds, because they build the apartments, they sell them, and no one is living in, and then the whole area has a problem. So
It's a city of ghosts, huh?
Yeah. So what we are doing now is looking much stronger to the zoning plans, and also changing law to avoid this type of cold beds and to avoid this type of business, because it doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help the locals, and it doesn't help the guests, because the atmosphere of the guests is also not, it's only a kind of real estate business. And if real estate business is taking over tourism destinations, then you lose.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have time for one more, for last question. Do we have questions for the audience? Yes, we do. Well, this is a project to come close to you. Here we are.
Hvala, ja ću na hrvatski, pošto se pitanje veže.
My question concerns Croatia. It is for Mr. Robert Pende. In order to do some kind of tourism, it should be done on all levels. Now my question relates to the new directors of tourist associations. A number of these associations are still not fully legal, and in order for these associations to start functioning, this should be completed. This is not the field of work of my directorate, of my administration. This is the question of the Ministry of Tourism. The founding of associations and the election of directors is the question of Ministry of Tourism. If there is a problem, the ministry cannot complete and cannot endorse such nominations. You say that 1/2 of the associations are still not fully registered. Apparently it takes time for all of this to be carried out, and this makes life more difficult because these directors must discharge of their operational duties. But there are always other parallel institutions which can fill this gap.
Conclusion of this panel discussion. How do you see tourism in the future? What kind of changes are expecting us? What do you think? Let's start with you, Mr. Đurović. What do you expect in Montenegro?
Always with me.
Always with you.
Okay.
First of all, in Montenegro, I expect two things. I think that definitely we will have a migration of the workforce, and one thing we must be clear about is that in our tourism we will have people from other countries, even from other continents. We will have people from Bangladesh, Thailand, Nepal. This is a tendency and we cannot avoid it, because currently we have a large deficit in the workforce, and this must be changed. What is noticeable in Montenegro is that the filling of the hotels is much greater than in 2019, where we had certain problems. This is private accommodation. And I think we must forget the period where you built 3-4 apartments and waiting for tourists to fall from the sky. This cannot happen. You must create your offer. This was shown by the hotels who are working well, who are offering specific content like active holidays. Where I see the potential of Montenegro is the tying up of the north and the south, specifically our coast with our mountains, and make combined offers, combined content, because it is time to evolve from the concept of enjoying the sun and your umbrella and
quality tourism. As it was already said today, quality above quantity. We have to think about added value, specifically in times where labor is one of the biggest problems in a service industry. For Austria, tourism is important, specifically in the Alpine region. So without tourism, we have a big problem. So we have to find the right way into the future. It can only be quality tourism. Of course, we have to be very careful with all the challenges, renewable energy development in all of the tourism entities. This is one of the biggest challenges which we have to face right now. The offer of Austria, I think, is quite good. Also, the demand is good. We have to think about new source markets.
But you already have 42 million tourists per year. Isn't that too much?
Right now, we don't have it.
You don't have it? Oh, okay.
I mean, you must imagine, we have 2019, we had 152 million overnights.
Okay.
And right now, the last years, it was about half of that. You must also imagine the problem of the city of Vienna. Vienna had approximately 17.6 million overnights, and the last 2 years they had 5 million overnights, so less than 1/3. So we can reinvent the right tourism approach right now because
so it's a problem, but also
change.
Opportunity.
What?
On the one hand, it's a problem. On the other, it's opportunity to change things.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to say, that now we have the best basis to start with even more sustainable and quality tourism and try to avoid as much as possible mass tourism. But we have to say that as we have a long season in summertime, it starts in April and ends in November, and we have also quite a good season with winter season, which starts in end of November and goes until April. So in reality, there is only a short period of time every year where there is no season in those areas. But in general, we created quite a good spread of all the overnights. Only a few areas like Hallein, for instance, or Hallstatt, where they had the big problems with mass tourism, but it were daily visitors mainly. It was not the overnight tourism. So we have to make sure that daily visitors are managed in a better way. And this was mainly coming from China. So I'm totally with you, Istvan. We have to think about how to manage demand coming from China.
Well, Chinese, you have in Hallstatt, you have a salt mine, and you have 5 fingers. So Croatians will go to 5 fingers.
Don't give me good ideas.
Okay, I'm just joking. And the final remark goes to Mr. Pende.
Da, pjesnik kaže stalna na ovom svijetu.
As one poet has said, only change is constant in this world. So in tourism, we see changes all the time. It's an industry of change, and it is our demand that these changes are going in a positive direction, so that we preserve resources, so that this coast, which is attacked by a number of things, is not further attacked by unlawful construction. We have good laws, and I think that we have a relatively good protection policy of the coast. I think that the new law on maritime area will improve the situation in the field. this country, looking at the seaside, this country would live from concessions alone, but of course we are not satisfied with that kind of approach, and we expect the new law to give more quality solutions. In our strategy, we are going forward with sustainable tourism. We don't want to see too much construction. There is a process which was initiated by tourism. We don't have excess construction in tourist zones. We have illegal construction outside of the tourist zones, which are also outside of the attention of all the authorities. So our direction is to raise quality, to raise sustainability. Of course, the construction of new capacities, having a defined offer. What we wish to change is to change the structure of our offer, and we wish to channel tourism in accordance with the spatial plans, with the master plans, where a certain zone is defined as a tourist zone. And our actions, our measures, strategies, all the documents will follow this direction, the change of current structure and introduction of new offer.
And we're going back to Frano and the coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mislav Togonal, clap your hands for a moderator. He did a well job. Vielen Dank for the ministers. Hvala na lijepim riječima, iako nisam bio unutra, gledao sam na televiziji, hvala vam. I was not inside here because they always taught me that if you are a real host, you have to take care about everything. And each and every conference that thinks about the people inside the halls is the conference that offers you coffee break, lunch break, and a networking cocktail. Now it's time for a short break. When you hear ringing my bell, that means you have to be back. I've sorted it out. Everything is prepared. You can eat salty, you can eat sweet, and everything awaits you in front. Enjoy. Dame i gospodo, kratki predah, a vi koji ste online, šta ćete?
Water, the source of life, freshness and energy. Pleasantly warm in the depths of the earth, it sprang the foundation for the birth of the term Olimia. Here where I rejoiced as a small child, the water has a different meaning. It represents the indescribable joy and the Eden of the children's laughter, joined by the fun of the future technology, security, the challenge which seemed most important, even from the conquest of the highest peaks. This is where I learned to defeat the horrific waves and the dark depths, where I screamed from pride, and where I fell in love for the first time. The path begins into the world of complete relaxation of the body and the calming of the spirit. I released myself to the hands, light, the selected tastes and a gentle, almost invisible mist, which unburdened my body of the woes of the modern world. I dived into the heart of the woods, green freshness, where I rediscovered my balance and melted into the serenity of the surroundings. Or ran into the night. You know, the night has its powers. Are you a romantic as I am? Then you know what I'm talking about. Here, where the colors and the light pour into the experience as a whole, where the stories of love are written in the water's embrace. Love, which is guiding us our lives in various forms, is here expressed on every step. The crackling of the fire which warms up a young family, the gazing at the stars which paints the dark canvas of the night sky, or the embrace of the morning dawn, which guides the young couple into the new morning. I love the peace and warmth. Yet what would the world do without some action? What would the world do without the drive for exploring and discovering new places, people, customs? After all, what would the world do without adrenaline? Here, where the stream of water stimulates the heart rate, and the labyrinth of tunnels and steep descents make the skin crawl of even the toughest. And how to end such day better than with some fun? Various happenings in the embrace of homeliness, good company and food. Here, where the best memories from my childhood and youth live, I come for business. I love experiences and new friendships, especially those which are woven into the old knots of oblivion, and strive for the future on the clearly marked path to victory. Term Olimia.
Hrvatska, tu gdje je priroda u svom najboljem obliku. Tu su vrijedne ruke, topli osmjesi, hrana koja putuje srcu prije nego želucu. I ove godine zove te da ju upoznaš. Doživi domaće, istraži ruralnu Hrvatsku.
water, the source of life, freshness, and energy. Pleasantly warm in the depths of the earth, its spring the foundation for the birth of the term Olimia. Here where I rejoiced as a small child, the water has a different meaning. It represents the indescribable joy and the Eden of the children's laughter, joined by the fun of the future technology, security, the challenge which seemed most important, even from the conquest of the highest peaks. This is where I learned to defeat the horrific waves and the dark depths, where I screamed from pride, and where I fell in love for the first time. The path begins into the world of complete relaxation of the body and the calming of the spirit. I released myself to the hands, light, the selected tastes and a gentle, almost invisible mist, which unburdened my body of the woes of the modern world. I dived into the heart of the woods, green freshness, where I rediscovered my balance and melted into the serenity of the surroundings. Or ran into the night. You know, the night has its powers. Are you a romantic as I am? Then you know what I'm talking about. Here, where the colors and the light pour into the experience as a whole, where the stories of love are written in the water's embrace. Love, which is guiding us our lives in various forms, is here expressed on every step. The crackling of the fire which warms up a young family, the gazing at the stars which paints the dark canvas of the night sky, or the embrace of the morning dawn, which guides the young couple into the new morning. I love the peace and warmth. Yet what would the world do without some action? What would the world do without the drive for exploring and discovering new places, people, customs? After all, what would the world do without adrenaline? Here where the stream of water stimulates the heart rate, and the labyrinth of tunnels and steep descents make the skin crawl of even the toughest. And how to end such day better than with some fun? Various happenings in the embrace of homeliness, good company and food. Here where the best memories from my childhood and youth live, I come for business. I love experiences and new friendships, especially those which are woven into the old knots of oblivion, and strive for the future on the clearly marked path to victory. Term Olimia.
Hrvatska, tu gdje je priroda u svom najboljem obliku. Tu su vrijedne ruke, topli osmjesi, hrana koja putuje srcu prije nego želucu. I ove godine zove te da ju upoznaš. Doživi domaće, istraži ruralnu Hrvatsku.
Water, the source of life, freshness, and energy. Pleasantly warm in the depths of the earth, it springed the foundation for the birth of the term Olimia. Here where I rejoiced as a small child, the water has a different meaning. It represents the indescribable joy and the Eden of the children's laughter, joined by the fun of the future technology, security, the challenge which seemed most important, even from the conquest of the highest peaks. This is where I learned to defeat the horrific waves and the dark depths, where I screamed from pride, and where I fell in love for the first time. The path begins into the world of complete relaxation of the body and the calming of the spirit. I released myself to the hands, light, the selected tastes and a gentle, almost invisible mist, which unburdened my body of the woes of the modern world. I dived into the heart of the woods, green freshness, where I rediscovered my balance and melted into the serenity of the surroundings. Or ran into the night. You know, the night has its powers. Are you a romantic as I am? Then you know what I'm talking about. Here, where the colors and the light pour into the experience as a whole, where the stories of love are written in the water's embrace. Love, which is guiding us our lives in various forms, is here expressed on every step. The crackling of the fire which warms up a young family, the gazing at the stars which paints the dark canvas of the night sky, or the embrace of the morning dawn, which guides the young couple into the new morning. I love the peace and warmth. Yet what would the world do without some action? What would the world do without the drive for exploring and discovering new places, people, customs? After all, what would the world do without adrenaline? Here where the stream of water stimulates the heart rate, and the labyrinth of tunnels and steep descents make the skin crawl of even the toughest. And how to end such day better than with some fun? Various happenings in the embrace of homeliness, good company and food. Here where the best memories from my childhood and youth live, I come for business. I love experiences and new friendships, especially those which are woven into the old knots of oblivion, and strive for the future on the clearly marked path to victory. Term Olimia.
Hrvatska, tu gdje je priroda u svom najboljem obliku. Tu su vrijedne ruke, topli osmjesi, hrana koja putuje srcu prije nego želucu. I ove godine zove te da ju poznaš. Doživi domaće, istraži ruralnu Hrvatsku.
Water, the source of life, freshness, and energy. Pleasantly warm in the depths of the earth, it springs the foundation for the birth of the Term Olimia. Here where I rejoiced as a small child, the water has a different meaning. It represents the indescribable joy and the Eden of the children's laughter, joined by the fun of the future technology, security, the challenge which seemed most important, even from the conquest of the highest peaks. This is where I learned to defeat the horrific waves and the dark depths, where I screamed from pride, and where I fell in love for the first time. The path begins into the world of complete relaxation of the body and the calming of the spirit. I released myself to the hands, light, the selected tastes and a gentle, almost invisible mist which unburdened my body of the woes of the modern world. I dived into the heart of the woods, green freshness, where I rediscovered my balance and melted into the serenity of the surroundings. Or ran into the night. You know, the night has its powers. Are you a romantic as I am? Then you know what I'm talking about. Here, where the colors and the light pour into the experience as a whole, where the stories of love are written in the water's embrace. Love, which is guiding us our lives in various forms, is here expressed on every step. The crackling of the fire which warms up a young family, the gazing at the stars which paints the dark canvas of the night sky, or the embrace of the morning dawn, which guides the young couple into the new morning. I love the peace and warmth. Yet what would the world do without some action? What would the world do without the drive for exploring and discovering new places, people, customs? After all, what would the world do without adrenaline? Here where the stream of water stimulates the heart rate, and the labyrinth of tunnels and steep descents make the skin crawl of even the toughest. And how to end such day better than with some fun? Various happenings in the embrace of homeliness, good company and food. Here where the best memories from my childhood and youth live, I come for business. I love experiences and new friendships, especially those which are woven into the old knots of oblivion, and strive for the future on the clearly marked path to victory. Term Olimia.
Hrvatska, tu gdje je priroda u svom najboljem obliku. Tu su vrijedne ruke, topli osmjesi, hrana koja putuje srcu prije nego želucu. I ove godine zove te da ju upoznaš. Doživi domaće, istraži ruralnu Hrvatsku.
Water, the source of life, freshness, and energy. Pleasantly warm in the depths of the earth, it springs the foundation for the birth of the Term Olimia. Here where I rejoiced as a small child, the water has a different meaning. It represents the indescribable joy and the Eden of the children's laughter, joined by the fun of the future technology, security, the challenge which seemed most important, even from the conquest of the highest peaks. This is where I learned to defeat the horrific waves and the dark depths, where I screamed from pride, and where I fell in love for the first time. The path begins into the world of complete relaxation of the body and the calming of the spirit. I released myself to the hands, light, the selected tastes and a gentle, almost invisible mist, which unburdened my body of the woes of the modern world. I dived into the heart of the woods, green freshness, where I rediscovered my balance and melted into the serenity of the surroundings. Or ran into the night. You know, the night has its powers. Are you a romantic as I am? Then you know what I'm talking about. Here, where the colors and the light pour into the experience as a whole, where the stories of love are written in the water's embrace. Love, which is guiding us our lives in various forms, is here expressed on every step. The crackling of the fire which warms up a young family, the gazing at the stars which paints the dark canvas of the night sky, or the embrace of the morning dawn, which guides the young couple into the new morning.
in which time is relative, not precious. That means we're late again. Well, we carry on with the program. First, we're going to go to a gentleman who will be addressing you throughout video. He is a very known chairman and CEO of Virtuoso, very known guy in the world of tourism. World Tourism Award was awarded to him last year. He thinks that we have much more opportunities in front of us than some bad things as well. He collects more than 20,000 professionals and luxury travel advisors, so he is the guy to prove what we can offer. So we kindly ask our dear colleagues to let us see what Matthew prepared for us. So Matthew Upchurch, just for you from Virtuoso. Go.
Welcome to Turizam 365. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm grateful to be allowed to do this virtually. I think it's a great subject that you're working on. And to make this even more fun, I've invited my colleague, Executive Vice President of Virtuoso, David Kolner, to do it in my most favorite format, which is an interview process. So let's get started. Over to you, David.
Hey, thanks, Matthew, and hello to everybody at Turizam 365. My name is David Kolner, and I'm thrilled to be joining you today as interviewer with you, Matthew. So we're going to cover some high-level topics here and dig a little bit into trends that are going on. Matthew, are you ready to get going?
I'm ready to get going.
Okay, perfect. So first question up, we'd love to hear from you, Matthew, as to some ways that you see that our industry has changed or evolved as we come out of the pandemic and the travel industry experiences recovery. So what are some trends about changes or evolution that you're seeing?
Well, I think the most important trend is the fact that disruptions accelerate trends. And I think the most important trend of all was that we were seeing record numbers of travel and tourism around the world pre the pandemic. All of the fundamental reasons why travel was so strong, the aging baby boomers around the world, the movement towards spending on experiences rather than goods, all of those trends did not go away. If anything, they were accelerated. So we are entering an era where nothing motivates human behavior like having something taken away from you that you took for granted. And then you add to that the fact that the baby boomers in the Western world will be the first generation in the history of the planet where when the last person turns 60, 80% of them are expected to live an entire additional generation, which is 20 to 25 years. We've always had 80-year-olds, just not as many of them. And what do they want to do? They want to travel. And then on the other end of it, you have the youth that have really started the sharing economy, the expenditures on experiences rather than goods. And you have quite a recipe. Of course, we will be seeing at some point the 100 million Chinese that were traveling prior to the pandemic. We have an office in Shanghai, and I can tell you that travel is very much on their agenda as well. So all of those things are there. I think the other thing I would say has changed, or let's say I hope has changed, is that governments around the world better understand the totality and interconnectedness of travel and tourism as an economic engine and as a societal of importance.
Okay, that's great, Matthew. One thing you kind of touched on there a little bit already is travelers and their values changing during the pandemic. So can you say a little bit more about some trends that Virtuoso and you are seeing in the realm of travelers' values? What are they looking for now?
Well, at Virtuoso, we have been focusing on sustainable regenerative travel for quite some time. We knew that particularly luxury and high net worth travelers were starting to focus more on this. And when we think about sustainable regenerative travel, we think about three areas. We think about the environment, we think about benefiting local economies, and the preservation of natural and cultural heritage. So those are the three pillars by which we look at. And we have a lot of really hard data now that shows that post-pandemic and through the pandemic, that has become even more important. I would also kind of throw it back on the destinations. You know, we were having those conversations about over tourism prior to the pandemic. And one of the points that we were making is I do think that destinations themselves need to have a stronger set of values and a perspective about what is it that they want and what is it that they don't want, and to have a more strategic approach to actually being able to develop their destinations and market their destinations around those values. At the end of the day, the traveler is the guest, and a destination really has to have a strong set of understandings about what it is that they want for their destination.
That's a great point, Matthew. I know sometimes you said it's like travelers are looking for those destinations or partners that believe what they believe. And that great reminder that during the pandemic, sustainability increased in importance to the high net worth traveler. It's on everyone's mind in all sectors, not even just travel, right?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that I want to share is Virtuoso focuses on luxury and experiential travel. But I will tell you that one of the reasons that luxury travel is important to a destination, even though it might be a small percentage of total arrivals, it's because those travelers are opinion leaders in their marketplaces. So while they may only represent, 10% or less of total arrivals, when they go back to their communities, they are the people that help change the face and the vision of that destination in the eyes of the people that respect them in their communities.
So you've talked a little bit about experiential travel, and I've heard it a little bit in the sustainability pillars about, preserving heritage and also benefiting local economies. Tell us a little bit about your view, Virtuoso's view on experiential travel and how we express that concept as it relates to travel.
Well, first of all, experiential travel is not new, but like everything else in the world, it's about how fast it's amplifying in its diversity, and what it means. So the reality is that experiential means a number of things. Number one, kind of the mega trend around experiential is people want to be participants, not just observers, right? So there's a tremendous opportunity for destinations to make sure that they take that into account. And the other thing is just the diversity of interest, the ability to market and present a destination in these different lenses of passion points, whether it's culinary, whether it's archaeology or whatever it may be, all these different passion points. And then I think another thing that's important is working in the private and the public sector to be able to work together on responsible access, right? The ability to have responsible tourism actually be a force for good in the preservation and development of infrastructure or developing opportunities for communities in different areas that perhaps are not as traveled. One of the great things about, I know that at Turizam 365, we were talking about how do we expand travel outside of the summer months? Well, one of the most important things is the luxury traveler, they were already starting to travel off peak. So what are the things you can do, right? Because they didn't want to be around the crowds because they have traveled a lot more. So one of the things that destinations can do is ensure that they're thinking about these cultural travelers, these more sophisticated travelers, and creating opportunities for them to look at those destinations off peak because it's opportunities with cultural events or anything else that attracts them in a more visceral way.
That's really good. One of the big themes we want to make sure we touch base on before winding down here is global collaboration. And I think if there's one thing we all learned during the pandemic is how interdependent we are, on each other. No one's in it by themselves. Tell us a little bit about where you see this global collaboration going in our industry and what people at the conference should know.
Well, first of all, I think that if the pandemic hopefully didn't teach us anything, it taught us that it taught us about the importance of our interdependence. One of the reasons that travel and tourism has not fared sometimes as well in the eyes of governments or the press or even the common person on the street is because it's a diffused industry, right? It's hard to aggregate appropriately. It's not one visual point of view because of that diffusion. And I think that what we need to do now is we need to start with singing off the same book of facts. How do you aggregate? So obviously we're a member of WTTC, the UNWTO does a lot of great work, but we've got to make sure the aggregation of our tourism interests so that you don't have airlines and transport and hotels and hospitality. The proper aggregation of our industry is important. And then the proper show of economic impact from direct employment and indirect employment. We need to all sing from that perspective. And then from there, what we need to do is, what are the things that we can do to enhance the ability for seamless travel? And there's a lot of things that are going on. Look, if we live in a world where some of the largest technology companies in the world actually are now operating off open systems, that is what we should be doing also as countries, as regions, and as an industry, is working on open systems where we are collaborating with each other to make travel as seamless as possible. And the irony is some of the old excuses that were used around security or some of the other things, actually open systems have a greater opportunity to actually make travel more seamless while at the same time making sure that they serve national interests.
And maybe just in closing, Matthew, you have really led a change at Virtuoso about how we operate regionally around the world and kind of tapping into this idea of global collaboration and interconnectivity. What have you learned about how Virtuoso approaches the world as our company that would be great advice for everybody at the conference?
Thank you, David. Yeah, practice what you preach, I guess, is what we're really talking about here as well. And what we have been doing as Virtuoso, we were working on it pre-pandemic, but the pandemic accelerated is we are basically dividing ourselves and our team members into two areas: a global, what I call operating system, around the idea of a brand, around data, around culture, and around finance, some of those big items that allow us to have a global consistency. But then we have teams that wake up, whether it's regional. So we have teams that wake up in Sao Paulo or in Sydney or in Mexico City or in Toronto or in the US, and they are looking at the application of the Virtuoso operating system into those relevant markets. That's geographic. We're doing that generationally. So we're doing it for baby boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, and we're also doing it around passion points. And I think that's the other thing that I would end on is when you set it up that way, then you can allow people that have a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge around these different things to coalesce in smaller groups that can be highly effective in helping build a better story and a better infrastructure around that, all of those different perspectives.
Okay, well, that's great, Matthew. I just, on behalf of all the conference attendees and also myself, thank you for being here. Thanks for all the attendees for including Virtuoso. And any final comments, Matthew?
No, I applaud you for having this conference and for keeping all the communications open. Collaboration and on a global basis is absolutely essential to our industry. It's the largest service industry in the world, and there's a lot of things going for it. So thank you for having this conference and for having me join you virtually.
Well, you hear the guys, and I think that you now witness that this is a dream team combination compilation conference. We always try to gain knowledge from people around the world. This year we really have all the guys that really know what they do. And another gentleman is with us here. He's not richly here, and he has very short time because he has to leave again, because in France everybody wants him also on the conferences. Everybody wants to talk to him because he's a nomade original, the guy who traveled the world seeking how poetry and everything could be solved, then rethinking everything about doing it from his home country and sharing his knowledge to us. Sustainability of tomorrow, that word on S, which everybody uses from this morning till the end. We're going to see how it looks like from his side, because he has done his job quite good with more than 50 countries around the world, 400 professionals plus use his services, and we'd really like to hear what he has to offer to us here. So, mesdames et messieurs, pour vous, Cédric Becher. Il est en anglais comme istoto. Cédric, bienvenue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for these words and this introduction. And I would like to thank you very much for inviting me today here in Croatia. Thank you, Ivana Kolar. Thank you to all the sponsors and partners of this event. I think all the speeches and panels have been very interesting so far, and I just hope I can modestly bring some additional ideas and insights, also building on what was said this morning. And I think really Croatia is a very special place to talk about all these aspects of sustainability, future of tourism, and I'm happy to be here. So my name is Cédric Becher. I am a partner at Wavestone, which is a leading international consultancy with 4,000 collaborators in 9 countries. And we really address business, technology, and sustainability challenges. And I'm in charge of co-leading the sustainability practice of this company. And we have, of course, a very special interest in sustainable tourism. We work very closely with major corporate actors like Accor, and also local governments, national governments, and public institutions and federations, also like ESPA, who I met in Slovenia last year. Sustainability has been one of my main focus in professional life over the past 20 years, focusing on corporate social responsibility, but also energy and ecological transition. I've co-founded several observatories about sustainability, behaviors of young generations, transformation of specific sectors, and I'm also involved as a climate and energy expert with the European Commission on Horizon Europe. So I was asked to share some insights about sustainability of tomorrow. What a topic! In only 20 minutes. So my first rule was no slide. Okay, I try to focus on 3 key insights. And for each insight, I also would like to raise a paradox, because sustainability is not easy. Everybody, we heard that this morning, talk about sustainability. But still, it's still sometimes being difficult to really understand the complexity of this notion and the contradictory sometimes issues behind it. So for each insight, I will also raise a paradox. My first insight will be about sustainability performance and data, and I will echo some of the messages we heard this morning. My second insight will be about stakeholder dialogue, also echoing a point about collaboration, which we just heard now from Matthew. And my third insight will be about the business model of sustainability. So just to start with the first insight about sustainability performance and sustainability data, just sharing my view of the current situation, we keep measuring so far the business performance of tourism, I think, in a very traditional and conventional way, with conventional indicators, conventional metrics, which of course are important for the sector and for the business actors, but they mostly cover so far economic, financial parameters, and that's true for private sector, but also for public institutions. I work a lot with the French government on these aspects and experiencing every day how difficult it is to really collect up-to-date, refined data about what's happening in tourism. So beyond the fact that all these conventional indicators are limited in scope, there is also, I believe, a real issue in terms of robustness, homogeneity of the definitions, common understanding of what we place behind the definition of an indicator, and I see that when we try to build observatories, even inside a specific sector, like for the Spa Association, we're doing that in France, with collective intelligence, with local governments, national governments, with the companies, and it's difficult to really agree on the fundamentals, indicators, the dashboard we want to have. And I think it's a major challenge that we have here. And in face of that, we have growing expectations from all the actors, from the public, the consumers, the users, who really question today the very compatibility of the sector and tourism with the urgent needs related to the energy and ecological transitions. There is an acceptability issue arising here, and I think it's a very big challenge. Of course, it's the biggest and the largest service industry worldwide. Of course, I agree with what was said this morning. I believe that we will keep practicing, and tourism has a bright future, but still, big questions are raised here. If you take a closer look at the global scale, I guess most of you know these figures, but let's remember that tourism accounts for 8% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And if you look at the case of France, we're even talking about an estimated 11% of greenhouse gas emissions of the country, compared to a contribution of 8% to GDP. And that type of comparison, greenhouse gas emissions versus contribution to GDP, is now more and more on the radar of many actors, and I think we have to take that into consideration. If I go even further, let me say that more and more people tend to establish direct connections between the sector competitiveness and its ability to address sustainability challenges. Like we heard this morning, the attractivity of a destination, or more widely speaking, of an offer in the sector of tourism, will be more and more directly connected to its ability to exactly know and control the impact, its impact on local social, economic, and natural environments. And here I would like to echo what was said by our friend from the European Parliament this morning, which I think is extremely important. It's not only about ecology, it's not only about environment. Of course, carbon and biodiversity are very important, saving natural resources, but the social aspects and governance aspects are also extremely important, and I think we need to have a very broad vision on that. So I think we really, and that's a key message I wanted to share today, we have to push for a completely renovated way of looking at the sector's performance. And we need to build common understanding and share definitions of what performance means for the sector in Europe and in the world. And we need that 360-degree approach covering all aspects of sustainability and acknowledging how difficult it will be, and it will take a lot of time to collect the right, to agree on the right definitions and collect the right data and be sure we take the good picture of the impact of tourism, which is far from being the case today. And that will be increasingly required by consumers, regulators, investors. We also heard this morning the panelist from the government of Austria talking about this new eco-conditionality also of the funding. So again, we have to speak the same language on all these aspects. New indicators, new indexes, new ESG, data management, environmental, social, and governance management capabilities, and that's going to be difficult. When we reveal ESG information about a business, we also reveal part of its business model, so there is a huge issue of confidentiality, also of protection of all this data, and that's going to be a challenge for the sector, I think. And we'll have to be able to protect this sensitive business data. And we have to develop new observatories, as I was saying before, to really crack and to share common definitions and common rules. Because we need to be able to drive an objective, facts-based dialogue about what sustainability means for tourism. And we need that to plan for future investments, to convince financial partners to define roadmaps for innovation, and also to anticipate polemics, not only from the younger generations, to anticipate reputational challenges for the industry at large about, maybe misunderstanding about the actual impact, positive and negative. And I think that the industry has to get ready for that and to anticipate all these potential reputation challenges, which can be very, very difficult to handle. And like it was said this morning, yes, indeed, we have a lot of SMEs in this sector, so there is a huge issue to really empower and support them. Then difficult trade-offs are in front of us on that topic of data and sustainability performance metrics for tourism. Do we need to push for new public and private labels? How can we really empower SMEs? How can we envision the future of existing tools like the European Tourism Indicator System for Sustainable Destination Management, but also the criteria from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council? I mean, we'll have to address the issue of convergence on global consistency and readability for all actors. And again, to secure sustainability data collection at the scale which is needed, we'll have to foster partnerships, alliances, and we'll have to mutualize costs. And I think that's a huge topic. The sector is still looking for the best dynamics. Most of you have seen that the World Travel and Tourism Council has also joined forces 3 years ago with the UN initiative Climate Neutral Now. New alliances, new coalitions will appear, and that's very interesting to observe. And here come my first paradox with this first insight. The first paradox about data and about sustainability and ESG data for the sector at large is that we are going to need more and more data. But we know that collecting more and more data will have to do some trade-offs about the quality of this data. And we have to find a way to balance that. We need large volumes of sustainability data because that will be needed for cross-checks, maybe also for tomorrow, usage of artificial intelligence to plan for the future of the sector. But we also have to work at the same time on the quality of the ESG data, which is, of course, a very big challenge. Let me switch now to my second insight, which I wanted to share with you today, which is about stakeholder dialogue. Tourism, we just heard it, relies on a very complex set of interdependence and very broad value chains. And some observers tend to oversimplify that, and I think it's not fair. I mean, addressing sustainability for tourism requires to really materialize this complexity, and I want to insist on that. The transition toward a more sustainable tourism is primarily a collective challenge for the whole sector, and we have to build all this business ecosystem to really work together on this aspect. And again, this is for public entities, non-profit organizations, professional associations, consumers organizations, business unions. The point I'm making here is that today, I think, even if we have very nice and productive conferences like this one, and of course, other forums, we need stakeholder panels. We need open and challenging stakeholder panels to really build together the future in terms of sustainability, and that's much needed. And I think that federal and professional associations and federations will have huge role to play to convene these stakeholder panels and to work on how to accelerate the transition to sustainability and this aspect. And these panels and these stakeholder dialogue panels are also the place where we will be able to build this shared culture of performance measurement, which I was mentioning in my first point. And that's a key aspect. We heard a little bit this morning talking about mobility and digital transition. Indeed, new common infrastructures and standards will have to be built for enhanced sustainability in tourism. Why digital services? In France, we know that already 80% of tourists organize their holidays and create their experience online. But most digital platforms are capturing consumer data, customer data, to use them and generate value only in their own ecosystems. So that's not very much compatible with the open ecosystems which are mentioned by Matthew a few minutes ago. Tomorrow we will need all this data to drive sustainability changes in the industry and to create the right incentives for responsible behaviors in the sector at large. So we'll need to develop interoperability, create commons, and also using the concept of data for good. That's for digital services, and we need stakeholder dialogue for that to happen. About mobility, that's a huge challenge for sustainable tourism around the key notion of freedom of movement in a world full of potential restrictions, not only linked to crisis, but also linked to the changes in behaviors and practices in public opinions. Freedom of movement in the context of climate emergency, that's a huge topic to address. And I think in terms of thought leadership, it's a role of the industry to really open that topic and dialogue with everyone to be sure we understand each other and we don't have big surprises in the future. The networks related to sustainable mobility need to be more clearly structured, promoted. In 2017, 2/3 of all private travels was still made by car, compared to 14% by plane and only 9% by train. But still, in a recent survey, we learned that 1 European out of 2 would prefer traveling overnight by train instead of flying for eligible trips. Are we really ready to answer sector-wide this rising expectation from the consumers? I think that's absolutely a huge challenge. So we have to accelerate on stakeholder dialogue.
Again, active collaboration won't happen alone by itself. It has to be stimulated, maintained on a continuous basis. We have to mobilize suppliers, clients, local government officials, NGOs, employee organizations, business partners, and really convene everyone and address the main sustainability challenges for the sector. And I think that's really a huge aspect. Now, let me insist on one point. I think no one can really crack the sustainability challenges for tourism alone. We need that dialogue and we need these partnerships. Of course, we have interesting initiatives popping up and existing for some time. The Future of Tourism Coalition, Travelist, and other initiatives. But we need these hybrid, cross-sectoral and cross-disciplinary platforms for stakeholder dialogue, and we really need to make that happen and more. Also to work on the social acceptability of tourism. And that's my second paradox of sustainability. Of course, it's becoming sustainability in itself an increasingly important factor of competition and differentiation between all the operators in the tourism industry. But at the same time, there is this huge need of collaboration. And that's a very complex contradiction to deal with when you are a business leader in this industry, whatever the size and the profile of your company. And let me finish by addressing the third insight I wanted to share with you, which is about the business model of sustainability. Why is it so important to talk about that notion of business model of sustainability? First, because, and that's a very strong point, I think sustainability is going to cost a lot of money. To industry and to the sector at large, it's going to cost a lot of money. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, to really be able to see how to deal with it and how to share the financial burden. When I was saying in my first point that investors, clients, partners, suppliers, everyone is going to ask for more ESG data, sustainability performance data, this is going to cost a lot of money. And we're only at the beginning of it. So how are we going to share that cost along the value chain? Who is going to pay for it? How are we going to mutualize the cost of all that? And some people still believe that it's politically not correct to talk about the business model of sustainability. I believe that indeed finding this business model of sustainability is precisely the condition and the way to create the best driver to make the sustainability transformation happen on the right scale. Sustainability will require growing investment to save and recycle resources, to manage all this ESG data, as I said before. And all this will come to a cost. Another important reason why it's important to open the case for the business model of sustainability is because it's important to explore value creation and value sharing. And that must be re-engineered completely to foster a more inclusive business. That's a huge expectation as well from many actors and stakeholders. Tomorrow, clients might well buy an experience and a commitment to a sustainability performance from tourism actors. And this can be the next stage of tourism as a service with a commitment on sustainability performance, not only about a few actions for carbon compensation. It's going to be more and more demanding. And this is a huge expectation expressed by civil societies in many places of the world. And I think it's of critical importance for the sector to really bravely address this issue of value sharing, even if it's not easy, not comfortable, and if it raises a lot of topics. I even believe that the sector should use this topic of value sharing and value creation as a priority axis to explain its sustainable transformation and also its ability to prove that it is indeed creating a positive impact, that it's generating social and positive impact also in the territories where activities are happening beyond the negative impact themselves. So working on the business model of sustainability is even more important now that the sector is in the process of recovering after the pandemics. And I think that when you hear about these needs, focusing now on short-range tourism, nature destinations, reduced footprints, local consumption also, and more direct relations with the suppliers, all these trends are related to re-engineering the value creation and the value sharing model. We know from the Eurobarometer that already 82% of Europeans intend to change their habits in the field of tourism to opt for more sustainable behaviors. This is huge. And to do so, customers will need background information. This is happening in the car industry. This is happening in the real estate industry. And
there are two options. Either the sector is able to provide this data, to provide this information about its picture of sustainability, or consumers will look for this data elsewhere, asking universities, coalitions of NGOs, and many other actors who will be trying to collect data, and maybe you won't be very comfortable with that. So I think it's, again, very important for the sector to work on that. And of course, why it's also so important to address the business model of sustainability is because the environmental conditions are changing so fast on coasts, on mountains. Climate change already has a very significant impact on traditional tourism and activities. We're helping big associations in France with 1,000 cities in mountains to see how they can adapt to climate change and really produce the next generation of business models they will need. This is a huge challenge, really a huge challenge. And when you know that winter tourism in France accounts for 9 billion euros on 1,200 jobs, you see the magnitude of the topic. Of course, the solution here is in innovation. It was said this morning. I want to insist on that. And insist on the fact that looking at sustainability only as a regulatory and market constraint is not the most appropriate attitude. I think sustainability is one of the most powerful opportunities for innovation and value creation that we have seen probably in the past 50 years. And tomorrow's winners in the industry will be the ones who will have taken it that way. We have to be careful on that on one point, I think. Innovation is great, but it cannot be only about experiments, local labs, etc. The huge challenge is upscaling, right? How do we really bring to the right scale the best innovations? Of course, sharing best practices like we heard this morning, but also finding the right business models to really upscale the best initiatives and be sure that we reach real and meaningful impact. And the business model of sustainability of tourism, of course, will have to integrate these new topics related to resilience. That's part of the title of this conference today. 88% of the French citizens, and that's quite new, would agree to quotas and restrictions to reduce the pressure on some highly visible sites. And that's probably a very significant trend, and that's up to the sector also to see how to best address this new constraint to avoid any negative impact on the business. So sustainable tourism should not be considered as a niche market anymore. It used to be, maybe at some point, considered as a niche market. It must be really addressed, I think, as a major paradigm shift, which will progressively affect the whole industry, and there is no way back on that. The challenge is huge, how to design tomorrow's sustainable tourism at scale while preserving an acceptable level of freedom of mobility for all. To answer this question, I guess we'll probably have to explore several dimensions. Some of them were a little bit tackled this morning about time, deseasonalizing business, space. According to World Trade Organizations, 95% of tourists concentrate on 5% of territories on a global scale. This has to be probably completely revisited, and that will require planning, and also duration with extended stays. So let me conclude here with the last paradox. Even if many observers believe that sustainability and business are not compatible, and that in some cases they should even be opposed, I'm convinced personally that sustainability can be seen as a huge opportunity to innovate, build trust, and achieve progress for all, including, of course, for the planet. So I will stop here. I sincerely hope that this short keynote can contribute modestly to feed the already very rich debates among all participants to the conference. And of course, I will be very happy to keep in touch with all of you if you want to keep exchanging views on all these very interesting topics. I think that we need to create as many bridges as possible in our professional community. And again, thank you very much, Ivana, and all the partners for having me today.
Merci, Cédric. Bon voyage. That's the problem in this part of the world. When we sat down here, two prime ministers, we had 2 halls full of people because they think that they should be here talking about business and tourism only when the politicians are sitting in front. That's bad. That's not good for anybody. But we will continue on and carry on to broaden sights, as they say, and maybe to change that opinion in the future. Cedric actually had only a few hours in Zagreb between flights, and he still came in here to share some knowledges. And when you think about tourism in Croatia, how is it possible for me, as an MC who likes to work with people, can fly from Zadar to Zagreb with a plane or return ticket for 50 euros? That's insane. And if I go with a car, I will spend more than 300 euros. If I want to go with a train, I can do it, and I will probably travel from Zadar to Zagreb with the train for 18 hours, because I have to find a way to come to Split or somewhere else, maybe to Perkovic, and then catch a train which never comes. Sustainability is a nice word to talk about, to preserve everything, but to preserve everything, you have to change everything, the way of thinking, the way of approaching new things. And fewer people will be talking about that, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you. They're preparing for our next panel, which will, of course, begin after commercials. Hit it, guys.
Welcome to Varaždinske Toplice, the place with the rich tradition of recreational tourism and thermal water healing already since the age of the famous Roman Empire. In the spirit of that tradition, we are building a new thermal recreational center Bernarda that offers 50 luxuriously furnished rooms, outdoor and indoor heated pools with thermal water, saunas, physiotherapy, high-tech equipment for recreation and healthy therapy, and an exclusive restaurant with dishes from biodynamic cultivation. Bernarda Thermal Recreational Center, place for a healthy vacation. See you in spring 2023.
Well, spring is coming. We should check it out. Why not? Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another panel discussion, Essential Transformation to Face the Future. Three lovely gentlemen against one very, very nice lady moderating this panel session. I will call them out. Please welcome former Vice President of the Slovenian government and independent travel and tourism expert, Mr. Zdravko Počivalšek. Clap your hands for Director, Croatian Tourism Association, Mr. Veljko Ostojić. Keep on clapping for Siniša Topalović, Global Head and Tourism Advisory of Horvat HTL. And the biggest clap for our moderator, Ivana Budin-Arhanić, Management Board of Valamar Riviera. Enjoy, Ivana. And you see one spot left, and you ask yourself who will be filled in. She said, I'm here a host, then I'll sit at last. Ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for Ivana Kolar, who will be joining the panel as well. And see you later.
Okay, welcome everyone to our panel today. The topic is Essential Transformation to Face the Future. I would really like this panel to be as concrete and practical as possible, and also to really try to come up with some ideas and solutions and some possible ways to go forward. I think we heard this morning a lot about the key areas let's say key areas of challenges, of opportunities that we are facing. But let's see from our panelists, what does that mean exactly? I have some wonderful panelists. I'm really excited about this panel today. Really the people who have very, very deep and long experience in tourism here in the region. And I believe you know most of them or all of them. They have been very frequent participants in this conference. I'm also really happy that I managed to convince Ivana to join us, to also hear her perspective from all the wisdom that she's accumulated through the years, actually putting these conferences together and always thinking through the key issues and how to make them relevant and what can we do about them. So that's basically, for me, the topic of the panel. I'd like to just try to keep the answers as brief as possible. I know that's not always easy.
but it might make for a more interesting discussion. So maybe I'll be rude and interrupt some of you. I apologize in advance. Since we're talking about sustainability and what's going on, how to face the future, I will not be old-fashioned and call on our lady panelists first. I will be modern and actually ask Sinisha to start us off. And the question is that I ask myself also, how are we doing? How is tourism doing? And I'm thinking now about Croatia primarily and our region, where we are today and where most of us are working. During COVID, we had a huge crisis. Now it seems that we are coming out of the crisis, or at least it seemed that we were coming out of a crisis. You heard this morning from some of the speakers that we're doing great. Record numbers, once again. Incredible resilience of Croatian tourism, much better recovery than in any of the European or global regions that we saw on some of the charts. This is amazing. So, Sinisha, how are we doing? How would you rate tourism in Croatia, let's say on a scale from 1 to 10? And in particular, do you think we're doing better than 5 years ago or worse?
Well, your question is very tricky, tricky to answer. Obviously, if we just look at the numbers, I would say that obviously we are doing better than 5 years ago. But what I think is generally that competitive-wise, Croatian tourism has gone in last 5 years to a position which is worse than 5 years ago. What we saw that, we had tremendous increase of tourists from 2015 to 2019. We had increase of accommodation capacities, but then when you look at the structure, you will see basically that the increase is driven by a rotten, cold beds concept, which was where I'm referring to Susanne's Kraus-Winkler problem that she mentioned that also Austria has. But more than 90% of total capacities that we had over the last 5 years increased in Croatia is basically coming out from private accommodation, which when you look at their contribution in terms taxes, in terms tourist tax, in terms of local tax, VAT, etc., is basically very meaningless. So we are speaking about that we need quality, that we need to develop, but at the same time, the main driving vehicle of Croatia's tourism development in the last 5-6 years has been a sector which is basically contributing to the overall quality increase in very incremental, very small, very insignificant way, I would say.
Okay, maybe we'll go to Zdravko with the same question, and you can tell us a little bit also about Slovenia in your perspective. How is tourism doing? Is it better or worse than 5 years ago?
First of all, I would like to greet all of you at this conference, which addresses very important issues for the tourism in the future. Tourism in the region, not only in Slovenia, especially in the field of travel and leisure, has recovered very well. After 2 years, we all really needed freedom to move, to travel, to go on vacation, not just to staying at home. And in those 2 years, tourism in the European Union and in the region survived with help of the states in various forms. We have to know that. But tourism in the region has returned more or less to results from 2019, since we all have higher prices for the same content and for the same products. And we forgot too fast about the safety and protection of health, but good numbers or positive results must not let us sleep or stay still. I'm sure that I can say that I'm satisfied with the result in Slovenia, they are not so great as in Croatia, but my assessment of summer 2022 so far is 7 out of 10. But the future of tourism in our region requires changes in several areas. And we have to make a breakthrough from this comfort zone and innovatively upgrade the existing offer in the direction of sustainability and new products.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more, thank you, about some of those changes and what you think we should do in the future. But let me just also hear from Ivana, maybe, so you don't go last. I'm a bit old-fashioned, after all. So how would you give your brief assessment of tourism? Is it better or worse? How is it doing?
Well, as Sinisha told you, it depends on the perspective from where you see it, because we find out that we are resilient, the tourism is resilient. We survived general crisis when everything stopped, and we never thought it might happen. And so when we watch last year results and this year results and the whole in the last several years, we can be happy because of it, and we can be satisfied. But on the other hand, this pandemic showed how small portion of our potentials we use, because I think that. Now we came to some soberings, we made some analysis, and we defined how the tourism should look like. We defined that we need new products, that we need new destinations, that we need a sustainable approach to everything. And now I think that this gap between our aims and the present situation is bigger than before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting. Veljko, what do you think? How optimistic are you?
Definitely better, but just a few figures. Mm-hmm. The 2020, the losses from 2020 will not be covered by the results of 2021 and 2022, at least from today's perspective. That's one very important message. We, all of us, or high politics, like to talk about overnights, arrivals, about revenue side, but not about cost side. Mm-hmm. And at the end of this year, I could say that to be very, very clear, the revenues in the companies at least will raise in 1 digit, the cost except energy cost 2 digit, and the energy cost 3 digit increase. Mm-hmm. So that will definitely strongly affect the P&L, and at the end the bottom line of the P&L will be worse than definitely 2021 and 19, 18 and 17. That's for me the most important message. And the winner of this the season will be touristic boards, the Minister of Finance, because of VAT, but the companies will not be so happy at the end. And that influence on the investment potential, competitiveness, and everything what is follow-up of such kind of P&L. And we all know that, and that is one of the message of COVID years, that the high quality hotels, high quality camping sites perform excellent, and people definitely, or the guests, prefer and like the quality. And that is the just one strong message for the future. I could say not only for Croatian but regional tourism, what Zdravko said, just investments in the quality, and that is the only way.
Yeah, I mean, I can also confirm that from Valamar's perspective, all the investments in innovation in the portfolio and products and services, which by now, over the last 15 years, amount to almost 1 billion euros in Valamar,
Those investments were the key driver of what we are now calling resilience, or the fast recovery that we experienced this year, especially after the COVID crisis. So it was really the highest value products and services that were doing the best in the market, and where we could really also drive up prices to compensate for at least some of these cost increases. But not only that, other investments in people, investments in HR, investments in digital, in systems, in managing distribution, all those investments were also really critical. For example, during the COVID crisis, the way we sell hotel rooms completely changed. So other than the individual direct customer, there was no longer really the group travel or the MICE travel, or even allotment, organized travel was almost completely gone. And so all the investments that we made in having these individual relationships with customers really paid off, because we managed to get 70% of sales through the individual channel, and we're keeping that this year. So those are I think some of the takeaways, that the investments are really driving performance, and they always were. But in crisis times, it's the past investments that were long-term investments with the long-term view, what we now today like to call the sustainable approach, right? Those are the ones that really are ensuring our future. And now, if we talk about facing the future and transformation, like Veljko said, investments are going to be critical, but investments are down. They are heavily down in tourism today. So, should we be worried, and what should we do? What should we focus on?
Sorry for interrupting you. Just one more figure. We did, Hrvatska udruga Turizma did some researches about investments for next year. And up to the data we collected from the 10 biggest hotel companies in Croatia and their investment plans. So the investments will be half regarding versus 2019. That is very strong and very dangerous message.
Yeah, and that is very, very sharp decrease. So, what should we do? What should we do to ensure this, to basically weather this crisis, which is here? There is no question about it, the recession that we're in. And what should we do to transform tourism, regardless of whether we're in a recessionary or another type of environment? What should we really focus on? And, if I rewind through all the years of being at this conference and in tourism, we've had very many areas that we identified as the key challenge, like seasonality was one of those that we have been working on. That's why the conference is called 365. It's an important one. Air traffic, airport connections were a very key topic for Croatia for a little while. Tourist land, of course, still around. We didn't. VAT policy, better destination management, digital transformation, accommodation structure, EU recovery funds, labor challenges. So there are a lot of things that we sort of have, I think we all understand, are critical issues in our industry. And I would like to ask each one of the panelists to pick 2 out of those that they see right now as the most important ones. And maybe explain shortly why, and then we'll try to focus on the top picks, okay? So I'll start with Zdravko this time.
For me, the most important challenges for the future are orientation towards sustainability, the first topic for me, and then development of innovative products.
Okay, Veljko?
Labor force. Challenges. I will give you some sentences and thinkings about what to do on that field, and accommodation structure in Croatia. I could add one. It is half, let's say, touristic land. But
Okay.
those I will refer to those first 2. So labor force. I think that we should be more flexible on the labor legislation in Croatia and to give the chance to everybody who wants to do additional jump that could do that. So to force or to make a challenge or to allow all Croatian people who would like to work not only in tourism but some additional job that could do, we should transform our education system dramatically to change the whole model of education. Today it exists the models for skilling, for example. It's not the same, of course, as education, but you could train the people for some jobs in our sector through or via mobile phones, 2 courses 3 times for 7 days. So I think that everything is going too fast these days, so maybe it's not possible to have, for certain positions and certain jobs, 3 or 4 years formal education in school. That should be reconsidered up to me. And the third point in the labor force is also a lot of some of our colleagues before mentioned the third countries, working permits. We should be aware that without such kind of working force and really improvement of existing model of working permits, we could not satisfy our needs for the business, especially when we are talking about new investment and we are talking about new quality. Accommodation structure, we know Sinisha mentioned. I will not repeat. I will just give you numbers. Today in Croatia, we have around 1.8 million beds. From that 1.8 million beds, 600,000 are in so-called private accommodation, and 600,000 are in so-called non-commercial units. That means vikendice, but they are on the market. And we have 175,000 beds in hotels. I think that's enough.
Okay, but going back to the labor force, since you opened this topic, do you think that for tourism in Croatia, we will need actual immigration over the next 5 years? Not just working permits over the summer, but do we need new people? We saw the other day 10,000 less kids in the first class.
Definitely, but I think that we should first use all domestic potential. We are talking about students, we are talking about so-called second income, so the people who are working in some other positions, some other works. So to give the chance and opportunity to everybody who like to get some additional money and work in, not, as I said, not only in tourism, in some other sectors too, to give them opportunity to work. Yeah, so the legislation should be more flexible.
Yeah, I think also this is a topic for sustainability, and we heard this today from some of the other speakers. How do we make sure that local people live well, live better off because of tourism, not worse off, which then would also ensure the future labor force in these destinations? And how do we manage tourism in a way that it is not overflowing these local communities and in a way making them less livable rather than more livable? And I think that's also what you're saying. Let's try to make this growth happen from within and with mostly our domestic labor. Sinisha, what do you think? 2 main picks.
I would say first one is tourist taxation. So taxation in the field of tourism and hospitality in Croatia, when we speak about Croatia, has to dramatically change. Because one of the main reasons or main sources for growth of private accommodation is tax treatment of that kind of category of accommodation. Because only if you do something illegally, it would be less taxed in Croatia than the private accommodation. Private accommodation is least taxed activity. So you get 10,000 euros and you pay to government 300 euros of tax. If I earn 10,000 euros, I give to government half of it. So my question is, are we all stupid
And why don't we all start renting out homes and start working? Because if I pay half of my revenue, my income, to government, why, if someone else is doing different job than me in the same country and gets the same social services, medical care, public services, use the same roads, use the same public services, they pay 0 point something, and I pay 49 or 50% of my revenues. So taxation system has dramatically changed, or has to dramatically change.
Siniša, we've been saying this for years.
But the problem is lack
at
of
many
leadership.
different conferences, and why do you think this is not happening?
Because the situation is unsustainable, Ivana. I mean, we can talk, and we talk
yes,
all the
but
time.
How do we make that change, actually? Why is the government, let's say, not responsive to raising taxes? Sounds like something governments like to do.
Because of the voters. It's very simple answer, Ivana. But the question is, we all the time speak about sustainability, and I like green economy very much. But problem of sustainability in Croatia is not environment. Problem of Croatia's sustainability is economic sustainability model, and this is priority number one. So I like European Union very much, and I like that, and I appreciate that, you know, Sweden and Finland have very big concerns about environmental preservation, because the systems in which they live are very stabilized, very mature, very responsible, and self-sustainable. But in case of Croatia, we need to focus on different type of sustainability, which is social and environmental, social and economic, because this is the most problematic part of Croatia. And the sooner we realize that as a voters, the sooner we will get responsible leadership and government, which will lead us towards something that we need, and we all need, that we all know that needs to happen, but no one has power or balls to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And that's first thing, you know, and we speak about quality. And my question is, if you have destination where you have 60% of accommodation in private accommodation, and then you want the destination to look nice, to have nice parks, to have maintained beaches, to have enough parking places, to have proper water and sewage, etc., and no one pays for it, my question is, I mean, we are all Catholics and we believe in different Catholic principles, but Holy Ghost will not help us in this situation. Okay, so we need to start being very pragmatic. And I think from one point we have taxation problem, which is a very crucial one, because the taxation problem is source of many other interconnected problems in Croatian tourism ecosystem. And then the another problem is investment cycle. Again, looking at NPO, looking at VFO, tourism sector got 2.2 billion kunas, and one company in Croatia, which is dealing with innovative technologies, etc., one company got 1.5 billion. So I'm very happy because of that company. But then my challenge towards decision makers and negotiators is, if Croatian tourism has 20% direct impact on GDP and got only 2.2 billion of Croatian kunas for NPO, I think that's not enough, and I think that's not sufficient to make significant change that sector is craving for.
Okay, great. Ivana, what would your top 2 picks be?
Well, I will say just one pick. It's Turizam 365, obviously, because behind those words I see creativity, sustainability, new products, new motives to attracting guests. I think that Turizam 365 can be a solution for all these problems that we heard before, because if you have a business that lasts for 12 months per year in one destination, then it dictates the form of designing that destination, the form of building infrastructure in those destinations. And if the hotels would work 12 months per year, and not just hotels, the whole tourism, then we wouldn't have such problems with working force, because people wouldn't come at some destination to work there for 3 months and numbering the days to go home. They would live there, they would make their families there, and they would want to contribute to their destinations, the way of living in their destinations. So I think this is the most important path to choose. And if we decide to work 12 months per year, then we would be obliged and forced to prepare different kind of products that doesn't include only sea and the summer and sand and sun. Then it would include lots of other motives to attract guests, lots of other products, and Croatia is full of potential for 12 months tourism. But we don't see it. We don't see it. We see only this blue sea.
So this is a very interesting one. Also, I'm going to ask you some questions that, as a bit of a devil's advocate. I mean, who's supposed to start in this chain, you know, to create 365 days of tourism? I'm coming from the hotel perspective, and we're always saying, yes, we need to change the accommodation structure, which is what you know Siniša and Veljko talked about. Because if you don't have that hotel infrastructure, you know, no matter what kind of product you put on the market out of season, it's, you know, people are not going to come. They're not going to be able to have a real, you know, place to stay. Or is it about the destination infrastructure, or is it about access, or is it just somewhat to nature? Because our competitors, the countries around us, Mediterranean countries, nobody has cracked this. I mean, they are better at it than we are. They don't have such pronounced seasonality. They have some good business outside of the top 2-3 months, but they also make money only in a sort of, let's say, seasonal business model. So, you know, how do you see this? What's, you know, first, what's the chicken, what's the egg? Who starts? Are there successful examples, for example, here in Zagorje, where you have created more continental, more year-round tourism? How do you see it?
The first conference about this subject was called Can Croatian Tourism 365? And I was naive in asking on the first conference, do we want 365? After this sixth conference, I can say freely that we don't want to. Nobody wants 365 because, no, really, because we are satisfied with like it is. We are satisfied with the income we gain in these 3 months, and it's okay with us. We doesn't have this force. We don't have this wish to change things, and we heard today a lot about the importance of changing, but we are still not on that path. And I think that all companies, all subjects in the one destination should decide firstly to want that and then to try it, because there is no one hotel that they can change the destination business. The whole destinations have to decide to try to do it. The hotels, the restaurants, the tourism boards, the cultural things, everything what includes one destination has to be open 12 months per year. I was I think on Korčula a few years ago and had a presentation there, and I said that Terme Tuhelj, for example, one company makes about, I don't know, 130,000 overnights per year, and they were all surprised because the whole island doesn't make that number of overnights. I said, how come? Because they work only two months per year. At May 18, we couldn't find place to eat because everything was closed. Or if something was open, the half of menu was out. So we have to start there. And we have to start from the bottom. We have to see if we want it, and if we do, then we have to do everything what we can to do it. And on the other side, it's of course to prepare some precautions to make it happen, to make it some maybe changes, investitions, and things like that easier. And then, of course, to prepare ways for bringing guests to destinations. We have our airplanes only during summer. Everybody wants to fly to Croatia through 3 months per year. We have to manage somehow to overcome it. Maybe to start with several destinations, just one, to have a test. We can always try.
When you buy a Ryanair ticket in July, you get 2 more.
Yes, but
in March and November.
nobody says that we can change it in 1 year. We have to take a risk and maybe try several seasons in continuous, so we will see what will happen.
It's a tough one, but I think also, Zdravko, you said one of your two top picks were developing innovative products.
Yeah, for me, I said is the main topic sustainability. I will go start with sustainability in all fields. In the region, we all have the preconditions for the sustainable tourism everywhere, and sustainable tourism is the only one also economically acceptable in the long run. The first step towards greater sustainability is Tourism 365, from my point of view. If we organize our offer in a way that we can offer appropriate products to our guests at each season during the year, we will have a much easier job. Sustainability must be our goal also in promotion, transport, hospitality, food, accommodation, free time activities also can be the tools, as we heard about the taxation reform, and demands and expectation of modern, environmentally responsible tourists dictate us to start with sustainable approach immediately. And at this moment, it is crucial not to fall asleep. We must be aware that current great results are a consequence of the post-COVID hunger for traveling. That's why we distinguish Slovenian tourism into 4 strong pillars, which correspond to the offer for each guest in all 4 seasons, 12 months and 365 days per year. Those pillars are Alpine Slovenia, Mediterranean Slovenia, Thermal Pannonian Slovenia, and Central Slovenia, with the capital, Ljubljana.
Are you seeing some results from, I know you've had this strategy in place now for several years, even before COVID. Are you seeing some results in bringing down seasonality and spreading and achieving more of this year-round
Absolutely.
tourism?
We made some steps forward. The seasonality is not enough big achieve, but it's much better than in previous time. Because of these 4 pillars, we have to arrange for our guests in each season possibility to make holidays. And as Minister of Tourism from Montenegro said, we connected the coastal area with hinterland. And our advantage is that we have a very strong thermal pillar, which is able to make offer for the tourists during all
the whole year,
12 months.
So it sounds to me like all of these ideas require investment. Some of you have already said investments are going to be a critical theme, including sustainability and developing new products, being innovative, doing Tourism 365. All of this has to be underpinned by investments. So we are in a crisis. We are facing a recession, an energy crisis, which is becoming very inflationary for other costs as well. We have a political crisis in Europe. Investments are down, as we heard from Veljko. The announced investments are at 50% of 2019. Is that right? So, Veljko, what do we do now? We have a bit of this light, this little light in the form of the NPO, but Sinisha says it's not enough. So what do we do? How do we, in this situation, think about encouraging investment, and how do we focus these investments on the right areas?
We should resolve the non-resolved issues. We are talking about labor force. We are talking about business results, competitiveness. We are talking about legal framework. We are talking touristic land and so on and so on. So we have certain issues which should be resolved before what we could do, what is subjective. Objective is the things about Ukraine. Objective is the things about inflation, which is connected, which is caused. And I think that the combination of those two will make a little bit 1 or 2 years of slowdown of investment. Even we could be maybe a little bit more courageous, say, if the things in Ukraine or aggression of Russia to Ukraine stopped, I think that the things will recover pretty quickly in the sense of the energy and the cost inflation and everything what's happened. But I think that we should do at the beginning our homework. What we should do regardless what's happened in the global area. Even I was talking about how to make a first step. This is classical destination management issue. So there exist in each destination 2 or 3 main players who should sit together and say, do we want, or what's our pillars, what's our cards to perform 365 if we would like to do that. That's the mayor, that's the director of local tourist board, and maybe some other strong player in the chief of the restaurant association. And if they decide to do that, there is no obstacles not to do that. No, they will get help from regional level, from the national level. A little bit more courage and a little bit more organization, not to be satisfied with 3 or 4 months of performing business during the summer season, but that's also connected with the taxation system. I said I said that one of the 2 biggest issues for Croatia and challenges is accommodation structure, which is, of course, connected with the tax system. 10 years ago, I will say the exemption of the example of Istria. No? 10 years ago, in Istria, we had altogether around 200,000 beds. Now we have 421,000 beds. And infrastructure practically is the same as 10 years ago. Water supply, electricity, everything is on the level of 10 years ago. Between that 421,000 beds, we have 51,000 in hotels and 120,000 in camping sites. The rest is private accommodation. Pressure of infrastructure, that's happened what we called over-tourism, a lot of people on the street, not enough or small added value. But the taxation, I will not repeat what Sinisha said. That is one of the main issues. Now, which caused the existing system. We should, for the first step, stop this trend, especially that real estate business, which is connected with the short-term lease for the tourism, short-term rent for the tourism. And after that, see what we will do with such kind of accommodation units, how to transform them to some units which will perform much higher added value.
Sinisha, you talked about sustainability not being an environment problem, but a business model problem, a kind of social and economic problem. How should we think about sustainability in Croatia? What kind of measures, targets should we introduce? We talked about this many times also before, that we're only measuring overnights, we're measuring volume, we're even measuring revenues in our companies, but nobody's really looking at the real value added. And sustainability is a framework that might open up that door. How should we think about social and economic aspects of sustainability, and how can we measure them better in tourism?
Well,
I think when we speak about sustainability in Croatia, these kind of sophisticated measurement tools are applicable to 1% of Croatian tourism sector. Valamar and some other companies part of that 1%. But again, I would reiterate and go to more basic things. Veljko mentioned destination management. I mean, at the moment we are advising some of the destinations in Croatia. And we are in a position, I'm all the time reiterating our experience working with Zdravko on new Slovenian tourism strategy in 2015 and 16, where we analyzed and we recommended Slovenia to increase dramatically tourist tax. We didn't finalize the strategy, and tax was already decision done, increased almost double. Croatia at this time has lower tourist tax than some small destinations in Slovenia. Look in some of Istrian destinations, champions of Croatian tourism, populism, 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 and tourists there in Istrian destinations pay a lower tourist tax, overnight tax, than in some small destinations in Slovenia. And we are now fighting to change the mindset with the client that they should not be afraid to increase to legally allowed maximum. Not to tax, there is not a single tourist on the earth that didn't go to certain destination because tourist tax was 3 euros instead of 1 euro. No one gave up traveling to New York, to Venice, to Vienna, to Ljubljana, or to Kranj because tourist tax was 3 euros. No one. But instead of charging 1 euro, destination started to charge 3 times more. What does that mean for destination? It means 3 times a larger budget. For what? Attractions, events, cultural things, exhibitions, sustainability, and all kind of other things. That's why I'm all the time going back and trying to, when we work with our clients, to really emphasize importance of actions. Start acting. We need to start changing things. Otherwise, we will not start attracting different guests. We will not start miraculously having higher quality product. We first need to start doing things in a better way, doing something better, giving higher quality, and then results will be visible. Everything else is just theory. Environmental sustainability is, if you don't have a product, you will start losing people. Young people will not choose to work in tourism sector because they're underpaid. And that's the problem of tourism sector in Croatia. Why young people don't work in tourism? Because of the salary. It's very simple. If other sectors pay me better, I will go to other sectors. It's simple as that. And in order to pay better a worker in tourism and hospitality, you can only if you charge guests more, and you can charge them if you have higher quality service, which is related to investments. You can't charge 300 euros in 3 stars hotel.
Yeah.
It's very simple. So the situation is investments, taxation, and other interconnected second-tier problems we start solving. Look at the problems of Croatian system of support to underdeveloped destinations. Millions and millions of kunas, euros are every year thrown to underdeveloped destinations. You give bits and pieces to everyone to survive. And in the last 20 years, not a single destination was transformed from underdeveloped to half-developed or developed destination. Millions of euros thrown in the wind because we choose not to take responsibility. Because if you take in 1 year to finance instead of 500 projects, to choose 50 projects and to give them more significant money and to help them to develop, to grow, to, like Ivana's event, look at Ivana's event, started small, first year, second year, third, became commercial, it's simple, it functions everywhere the same. So the situation is the same with this. First of all, not everyone has to be tourist destination. That's first question. That's first something that we need to agree on. And the second one, if this is the case, then we need to go to meritocracy principle, and then to give and support those who deserve. And then they will drive the change. And that's it.
Yeah, I agree with you, but going back to my question with sort of what we measure, what we are targeting, I think it's very important that we have very concrete goals, and I think sometimes we are missing very specific goals on the national level or regional level or destination level, something that you can measure, and in 3 years you can say, yes, we did it or we didn't do it. So when we developed our sustainability strategy in Valamar this spring, we published it at the end of June, we really specified 12 overarching goals in both environment, social, and governance, so in all the areas. There are 12 KPIs that can be measured and that we are targeting to achieve by 2025. And we said we're going to invest 50 million euros in various social impact projects. We said that we would be CO2 neutral by 2025. But we also talked a lot about these social goals, which we talked about here today, which are very important in our tourism. So we said 70% of our employees will be Croatian in 2025, which we think is a challenging goal, even though today it is more than that. I think it's over 80% still in Valamar at the height of the season. But we said, let's really invest in employees. Let's figure out what kinds of programs, initiatives we can have to make sure that they stay with us, like Sinesha said, which is because it's a critical question of sustainability and success in the future. But we really made these targets very, very specific. And I think from my perspective, we should do that also at the national level and in the new sustainability strategy for Croatian tourism, and say, what do we want to do in the social aspect of tourism? How much are we going to spend in certain projects and initiatives? Exactly. How much, for example, are we targeting the tourists to spend per stay? Because this is a very key KPI. Not how many people come, but how much value are they leaving to the local economy? So I think that would be my recommendation on this discussion, would be to try to come up with very specific goals, whatever you're doing in tourism, very, very specific, measurable goals, whatever project you're doing, and then, maybe you reach it, maybe you don't, but at least that allows you to think about, how do I get there? Exactly, in a measurable way. Okay, so last question, I'll keep it open. Looking to the future, essential transformation to face the future. What would be your message to our lovely audience? I'll start with Zdravko again. We're going. From my point of view, at first I have to explain to all of you the most difficult thing in Slovenian tourism. You didn't know that we still have more than 70% of hotel capacities in state hands. Mm-hmm. This is the same as on Cuba. And I was not able to solve this problem in my 8 years when I was a minister. This power behind the system is too strong. Mm-hmm. And with this, I'm not satisfied. On the other side, I have to say that I'm a moderate optimist. I believe that we need coordinated work of profession, economy, and politics to start taking innovative steps towards the future of tourism on one side. The problem is that we live in the region where people do not like changes. We make them only if we are forced to do it. And we have all the preconditions to be leaders, not the followers in tourism in this region. And that's why it's necessary to look over the state borders and to harmonize our goals and directions of development with each other. In the field of promotion outside the European Union, we as a region, we have to collaborate and work together as, for example, Croatia and Slovenia are shyly doing this on the Asian market. We have to increase these activities and to work together, but not only Slovenia and Croatia, all region. And I believe that in 5 years we will definitely have better tourism than today. From my point of view, again, rating is 7 out of 10. As I said, I'm moderate optimist.
Great. Veljko, what do you think?
First, I would like to say that, and thank to Ivana, we heard today a lot of really interesting messages, recommendations to be open, to cooperate, to be together. We should be in the whole sector, not only indirect business to business, but also other industries to be connected and to think about the future. The COVID 2 years force us or give us a chance to make some decisions quicker. I would say that we should be more courage to make a progress, to make decisions, not to wait that someone else should make decisions on behalf of us. And I will say that the authorities from national, regional, and local level should stop to play populistic, because we need, at least in tourism, but I will be free to say in all fields of our society, really strong changes, in which direction we could see in some benchmark regions, destinations, and countries, but we have to say at least we need the changes, we have a plan how to do the changes, and we have the goal how Croatia or Croatian tourism will be in 2030, for example. But strict goal in the figures. Because without that, the strategy will be just a lot of papers.
Yeah. Siniša, you produce a lot of papers, but how do we make them actionable?
I think we all need to start acting, and I think responsibility is on everyone. Small companies, big companies, small hotels, big hotels, etc. All of you and all of stakeholders sit in different councils, assemblies, advisory boards, and all kind of other places where usually when it's about strategic discussions, there is always this philosophy ne talasaj, usually. I don't know how to say it in English, but don't make big waves. You just lay low, which is completely wrong for our society as such. We had too fast transition between socialism and democracy, and in democracy we learned only our rights, but we did not learn and we did not go through the education of what is our or what should be our responsibilities. And therefore we have a society where everyone is demanding something, but no one is giving to the society and no one is constructing towards the same society. And that's the reason why we have this kind of standstill situation. And this is what differentiates mature societies, wealthy nations, from those who are struggling to survive. And Balkans is unfortunately one of those who are struggling. And obviously there is demographic change that needs to do some job. And then on the other side there is education, which I absolutely agree with Veljko. And the more educated society we are and the more educated we become, not only in tourism sector but in general, the better prospects for success we will have. And that's, I mean, tourism is vital part of the economy and vital part of society. And it only showcases, it's like lakmus paper, it showcases all the problems of our society in tourism sector, which is populism, PR, relationships, and all kind of those things, which are preventing us to change. And change is the most important thing that sector needs at the moment. From tourist tax to private accommodation, touristic land, touristic land is big untrapped potential for existing companies, but also from perspective of concessions of revenues of public sector, which money could be potentially huge money
which can be given again to destinations to develop them, to increase sustainability standards and all the things that sector really needs. And we are choosing to stand still position for last 30 years with this particular piece of problem. So start acting. That's my thing, which could potentially solve us some problems at least.
So Ivana, when you're writing the press release about the conference, which of all of these good recommendations and messages should we send out from this conference to the sector and to the region?
I would agree with what Sinisha said. It's a nice conclusion. I would point out the need to change, to need to transform, to adapt those changes, not to be afraid of changes, and to prepare goals in a way of creative, different tourism, where we don't have destinations that all look alike, but they take care of their authenticity. And I would point out the importance of collaboration, but in the mean of working together. If I see Croatia, then it's very important to connect all parts of Croatia, not only to promote and develop our coast, but to connect this coast with the inlands, because it can be a nice product together. And as you said, we can have goals, but if we don't define how to make that goals true, then we won't make it.
Yes, and don't forget to raise taxes.
Definitely.
Okay, we could take 1 or 2 questions, although we are out of time, but if somebody has a burning question for our panelists, do we have English?
I should practice my English.
Yes.
I can accept that you are... thank you. You're welcome. Should I stand up? I could accept that you are from the big companies, institutions, etc., but I cannot accept your attitude for the private accommodations, because and that measure, what Mr. Topalovic said, 300 euros when you earn 10,000, but he should, to be honest, and said that if you reach, I don't know, something about 30,000 euros, then you are under tax frame like everybody else.
But why we are not all exempted up to 30,000 euros then?
And I will ask you why that is only measure which encourage people to invest in small areas, in rural areas. Why big companies don't invest in Karanac, Špičkovina, or Ričice in Imotski? You invest where is infrastructure, where is well-developed destinations, and that destinations which I talk about will never be well or extra developed.
Just sorry to interrupt, but we should maybe stick to questions. If you have a question for one of the panelists.
Why are you are talking about a good, excellent season 220? What is the reason? The reason is really that people who invest in private accommodation and has more quality than more hotels, has tourism 180 versus hotels which has tourism 90. And that people do a lot of job for the luxury tourism, custom-made tourism, but legal frame did not allow him to raise more than they could. You
okay, thank you.
understand
Anybody
my
else?
question? Why are you so against private accommodation and investments in private
I think
accommodation?
this is a question that requires a whole nother panel discussion. So let's maybe not get into this right now. We have a coffee break after we can discuss it, because I'm a little bit conscious of the fact that we're over time. Should we just close?
No more burning questions.
I would just interrupt and invite you to, we don't have a coffee break now, we have after the next session, but I would invite you to stay on this last session because we talked about authenticity, about creativity. In this last session, we will have the opportunity to hear some real creative stories which we can all learn from. So please stay with us for a little while more.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
More taxes. Yay. That's how you do it, people. If you don't have normal taxes, then a guy from Dalmatia after 3 months comes to Zagreb full with money in his pockets and he buys 3 apartments in Zagreb. That's the reason why we pay 5,000 to 8,000 euros per square meter in Zagreb. For that amount of money, I would like to buy something in New York or in Paris as well. So if you look at that way, it can always be vice and versa. We now go to tourism and life, because tourism is life. And as you may see in this part of the world, sve isto, samo njega nema. It's all the same, but there is only one guy missing from Zagorje, but we don't miss that guy here now. We miss one lovely gentleman who is joining us via modern technology to say a few nice words about Turizam 365. Actually, he is very eager to share some knowledges and, of course, recite. Znam, a kako ćeš predavanja? Nećeš ništa. Nećeš zvat toga. Ivan će, pa čekaj, daj da ono... Izrazat ćemo u montaži. We'll do this in editing. My dear conference organizer thought that I forgot what I have to say. It happens all the time. Yeah, but it pays my bills. Thank you, Anna. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you a lovely gentleman who will be talking to another nice gentleman before we do the... Što si rekao? Toma nema. Ok, dobro. Ovoga ni nema što najavljamo, s kim će ovaj drugi razgovarati. Odlično. Welcome to Modern Technologies. We introduce a guy who is actually not there to talk with the guy who is actually here but does not know that this guy is not there. So I don't have nothing to do except to call the guy that is here, and he can do the business for me after all. So, ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for our lovely gentleman here. May the force be with him without taxation. Ivan Rendulic will be joining us now. Ivane, I know that you don't know that we don't know who we have or who we don't, so udaraj.
So I guess we need to adapt. We'll be speaking about adaptability all day, so now we can put it to practice. Thank you very much, Frano, for the introduction, and thanks very much, Ivana, for the opportunity to host today the session and the whole panel, even though I told Ivana I've never done it before in my life, and she said don't worry about it. And I just realized a very interesting thing about the human brain. It's an interesting organ. It starts working the moment that we are born, and it stops working the moment we are supposed to deliver a panel. So, of course, this does not apply to the previous panelists. They were excellent. And yes, today we covered politics, we covered business, we even managed to cover taxes, so all of the things that we cannot avoid in life. The only thing which would be missing, I would guess, is death. But we're not going to be going there. We're going to go the opposite direction. So we're going to be talking about life, tourism and life, life and tourism. And we were supposed to be speaking with Mr. Tom Marchant. Unfortunately, we are a bit after the schedule, so we missed him. And in that case, I'm guessing we're just going to be going straight to our second speaker. And this is Miss Soria Ingrid Gaulin. Is she ready? Do we have her online? She's here?
Hello.
Excellent. So Ms. Soria is the Vice President of Marketing for Fogo Island Inn, the 29-room award-winning luxury property of the coast of Newfoundland in Canada. And prior to that, she spent a decade as a global marketing executive with Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts. During her time at Four Seasons, she oversaw development and the execution of the company's most successful campaign in the history, the global launch of the private jet experiences. Now, Soria is joining us all the way from Newfoundland, and when I was reading about Newfoundland, I came across an interesting saying which says that how can you spot a person from Newfoundland in heaven, and they're the ones that are really looking to go back home. So let's see if that is true. Soria, the screen is yours.
Hi, everyone. Well, thank you for having me. I'm very happy that I'm part of this important event. I will maybe start with, can everybody hear me? Is this
Yes,
is this
we
working?
can hear you fine.
Yes? Perfect. I will start with perhaps a little bit of a story of the hotel that I represent. And I will bring a clarification. I myself, as I'm speaking to you today, am based out of Toronto, although I do go back to Fogo Island very often. So in listening to all the speakers this morning, or my morning anyway, I think that there's lots of elements in common between our story and what I'm hearing you are living through and have lived through. Our story is one certainly born out of economic crisis, and we are hoping through the work that we do that our little island, our small little island, can be a proxy for a bigger planet. So I'm in no way suggesting that we found all the solutions, but certainly our experience can have some relevance to, we hope, many of you. So let me orient you a little bit first. So where is Fogo Island? Fogo Island is an island off of another island, which is the easternmost province of Canada called Newfoundland. It is a very big territory, Newfoundland and Labrador, but the island itself is about 250 square kilometers. So essentially, if I did my math right, under half of the size of Zagreb, for example. Most people think that we are very far north and we are at the levels of the Scandinavian countries, but we're not. We're actually around the same latitude as Paris almost. And if you compare Zagreb to Fogo Island, we're just a few degrees north of that. And this is where we are specifically within the North Atlantic. So the reason we have a subarctic climate is not so much our latitude, it is more related to the fact that there's the Labrador current that flows through and cools the water, and that once a year, half of Greenland breaks off in the shape of ice and icebergs, and they come floating down in front of our island. From a landscape standpoint, this is what the island looks like. You might recognize this. It looks very similar to places in Iceland, places in Scotland, in Ireland. And this is what it looks like in the winter. You'll notice that there are a lot of small little red homes, and those homes are called fishing stages. The reason for that is essentially that this island is a fishing island. It has been a fishing community for almost 400 years. And we are fishing cod. We have been fishing cod. Cod has been said to be the fish that changed the world. And certainly in our case, it has changed the outcome or the outlook of our island many, many times over. These are the small fishing stages that I was talking about, where the fish was brought back. The day fishing trips were bringing back the fish, and it would be processed in these homes, in these small little, little shacks. And then something happened. So for 400 years, people of Fogo Island and all neighboring islands would go out during the day, fish some cod, like the photo you see here on the left, in a day boat, in a small boat. And now, around the 50s, big industrial trawlers came to the waters just outside of Newfoundland and fished in a way that had never been seen before, with trawlers that scrape up the bottom of the ocean. And this is what you see on the right. So it's no competition, as you can probably imagine. and the fish had no chance. And so in the cod fisheries collapsed, and in 1992, Canada imposed a cod moratorium on cod fishing, on the fishers, and so a lifestyle for the people of Fogo Island and throughout the coast of Newfoundland had just basically collapsed at the same time. One person that was a victim of that was this woman whose name is Zita Cobb. Zita at the time was just a teenager, even younger, and her family had been living off of fishing for all of her life and for 8 generations. And when her father came back with no fish, or just one fish one day, he decided that this was not sustainable, and unfortunately, like many other families of Outport, Newfoundland, they decided to move off the island because the government would incent people to move off the island and go find different jobs. And so Zita had to do that. She had been living in this ancestral home without electricity or running water. And at the time, the fishers would exchange their cod with the merchants without money. It was just an exchange of value. And all of this essentially collapsed, as I said. But Zita went and got an education and became extremely successful financially, and eventually came back to Fogo Island to try to add another leg to the economy of Fogo Island. And so what happened at the time is an exercise that is known in community economic development called asset-based. Asset-based community development, or ABCD, means that communities or small groups of people have to ask themselves, what do we know? What do we have? What do we miss? And what do we love? It's a lot more complicated than that, but it can be boiled down to this. And once we ask ourselves those questions, we can really drill into the true assets of a place and build an economy and a community, or rebuild a community around those. So what did that mean for us at Fogo Island? Well, one of the things that Newfoundlanders are known the world over for is their hospitable nature. So hospitality was probably going to play a role. The culture, the nature, it is a beautiful terrain, it's rugged, it's got lots of rich assets. So the nature became very, very important and something that could be seen to be built on. The culture of the people, they are a people of deep culture over centuries of woodworking and makers. And so in the end, one last question we asked is, what do we love? And what do we love is how art makes us think differently. And so with a bit of a combination of all of this, we decided on building an inn. And this is the inn in its construction, and this is the inn that sits now at the edge of the island. Now, I forgot to mention that the island is not that small, 250 square kilometers, but only 2,400 people live on the island. So it's made out of 11 different communities. And so what do we do when we have 2,400 people and we decide that we need an inn? Well, we don't build it too big. Scale is everything. Scale is a very important thing when we think about community economic development. And I think many of you have seen the results of a misadjustment of scale when we think of what happened in Iceland or what happened with Venice, when you have those cruise ships landing on a small community and essentially offloading thousands of people. It just is not good for the community. So we decided on 29 rooms. Nature is omnipresent, and it is the hero of our island, and we make sure that it's present everywhere. To go back to a fundamental question, what do we know? Well, we had known how to build things out of wood for the longest time, and that's why the inn is made out of wood. We had been making things out of textile for a long time, and there's a deep culture of quilting and knitting and rug hooking. And so when we decided what to do with the hotel or the inn rooms, it's obvious that we weren't going to be buying our furniture from an Italian furniture maker. Everything you see in the room has been conceived by international designers, because we are not known for our international or very forward-thinking and modern design, but we know how to make things. So we did a collaboration between international designers and local makers. So all the furniture, all the quilts, and everything else has been made locally. The things that could not be made locally were sourced as close to Fogo Island as possible. So within the province, within the country, and maybe the next countries beyond that. Out of this exercise, of course, grew another business where we now, it's called Fogo Island Workshops, and now we sell these things. We sell the quilts and we sell the furniture, and they are high design and highly priced. Then we started thinking about what we were going to feed our guests, and we decided to focus on really local ingredients. So about 80% of the ingredients we use are local, with a 20% allowance for things that we can't live without, like coffee, lemon, olive oil. And so that was also very important. Rather than have our own garden, like Fogo Island Inn having its own garden or its own beehives, we decided to work with the community and get them to create new businesses to sell us the produce that we need and the bee and the honey that we need, for example. We have fishers on the island, and they fish for cod still, and crab and shrimp and scallops and all North Atlantic seafood. So out of that was born another business called Fogo Island Fish, where we actually hand line the cod only in the fall season, so it's nice and fat, and then we resell it at a premium to fine dining restaurants in different cities in Canada. So that gave way to, as I said, an additional business on the island. Then when we started thinking about what would bring people to our island, hopefully 12 months out of the year, we came up with what existed already on the island, which were 7 seasons. Winter, which is an obvious one. Pack ice, which is when the beautiful scenery of the ice comes into the harbors and in and out with the tides. And then spring, and trap berth, which is very specific to the island. It's where the fishers establish the areas where they will be putting down their traps. The summer, berry season, very important for the community of Fogo Island, who on Fogo Island there are 26 types of berries, and people make a lot of jam and a lot of different cuisine, different types of dishes with the berries. And then late fall, and throughout it, lots of wildlife. That's very much part of life here. So people come to Fogo Island many times of the year, and they come and see icebergs. And so new businesses have sprung up with the excursions to the iceberg on boats, or simply just guided excursions throughout the beauty of this island. Geology walks are another thing, because in Newfoundland is where you will find some of the oldest rocks that exist on the planet. So we have a geologist on our payroll, if you want, who comes, or many geologists actually, and they interpret the geology of planet Earth, essentially through what we see as we hike. We bring in experts for wildlife, photography safaris, for winter survivals, for snowshoeing, snowmobiling, so lots of winter excursions. And just generally appreciating the nature of the island. I talked about art initially earlier today, because art plays a very big part of what's happening on Fogo Island. Before we built the inn, we built studios for artists, and we launched one of the leading contemporary art residency in the world called Fogo Island Arts. And this is one of 4 studios that we built on the island, off-grid, and just from the same architect who designed the inn. His name is Todd Saunders. He's based out of Norway, but he is born and raised in Newfoundland. So we have artists who live in the community and work out of these studios. So one of the things you may not know about us is we have a very different business model. So our founder, Zita Cobb, did spend some of her own money on the project, but then she created a foundation called ShoreFast, she and her brothers. And now ShoreFast is what operates not only the Inn, but all the different programs, businesses, and charitable programs on the island. The Inn is essentially a not-for-profit where all the surpluses go back into the community for funding all these different programs and new businesses. Excuse me. And one of the things that's interesting as well is we are a non-tipping property, which means that we build into the rate a healthy incentive for our employees, and they're paid above the market rate. ShoreFast has as its mission to help build a global network of resilient and economically empowered place-specific communities. And what we mean by that is communities that have agency and that can drive their own future and that have control over their destiny. And I fully agree with what many speakers have said before, which is when we talk about sustainability, it is way more than just maintaining things as they are. For us, it's the building of the right connective tissue between the community, the governments, and businesses, because without these three actors and a strong collaboration between them, we have status quo, and we cannot have status quo. We need to move things forward. What we want to retain is the beauty of the past, but we definitely want to go forward in the future. So to keep the two together, there needs to be very, very strong collaboration. So that is ShoreFast for you. ShoreFast is involved in macro community economic development. And we'll talk about this just a little bit later, but one of the things that we created a few years ago is the economic nutrition. So you understand, I think everybody understands what nutritional facts are, or the nutritional label, where it helps consumers become more informed about what they consume. And the economic nutrition is based on the same model, and it helps the consumers better understand where their money goes. So in the case of Fogo Island Inn, when one purchases a stay at the inn, we are very transparent about where the money goes, and this will tell you exactly where it goes. And it does two things. It tells you in which category of activities it'll go, but it also shows that most of the money stays locally. And by local here, we really do mean Fogo Island. And then we move to the province, and then we move to the nation, and then we move to globally. So that's just one of the initiatives. We're currently working on, we finished a pilot on community economic development, and we have created a group that is going to be focused on deconstructing what we need in order to do proper community economic development. If you're Fogo Island, or if you're a community anywhere in the world, for whom maybe tourism and hospitality is not the solution, but the mechanics of it might be the same. And so we're working on this right now. And so I'm leaving you with this perhaps thought that the future of tourism is absolutely community-based, and that will be the only way that we will ensure that tourism of the future benefits the people and the places, and not just the big companies that come into our places and suck all the money out, and it goes back to their corporate headquarters. And so there are solutions. We hope that our little island has provided an example of some of the things that can be done, and we are very open to working with those of you who are interested in learning more or teaching us a little bit of what you found as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Soria, for your presentation. And I gotta admit that Fogo Island Inn is definitely an eye-opener, or better to say, your community is an eye-opener. And in the previous panel, we spent a lot of time talking about change and the need for change, that we need to do change, but we didn't, say in which direction do we need to change. instead of stepping up, maybe we should take a step back, because you mentioned fishing, wood making, quilting, knitting. Maybe this is the direction that we need to go. Less technology, less internet, you know, just good food, good company, going back to the basics of life. So what do you believe is the key for global tourism to recover and to thrive in the future?
It really is, it has to be community-based. And one thing I want to make sure everybody understands, by community, we don't necessarily mean a rural, remote community. I think a community is a group of people that feel an association to a place. So sometimes it could be a neighborhood in a bigger city. And I think the definition of community is important here. And I go back to some of one of the other speakers that was there in the panel spoke about taking action, doing something, and I think that's where it starts, and that's why we've decided to really spend our energy on community economic development, because that's where we see the interest in actually getting things done. When it happens at a really higher level, maybe the interests are not there, they're like conflicting interests, but we see that in the case of an economic crisis like we had on Fogo Island, in the case of the collapse of the fisheries, people want to find solutions. And before Shorefast did anything on the island, the people of Fogo Island got together and decided to create a co-op, a cooperative for the fishers. So now they own the co-op, which also are plant workers and fishers. And so when things like that happen, there's an intent to make things better, to find solutions. And it is really locally based, and then it can grow bigger. But I do think the future, like you asked me the question, it has to be community-based. People of different areas of your country or throughout the world that are interested in attracting tourism have to think about the way in which they want to attract tourism, so as not to overwhelm their way of life and what's important to them. And so that's kind of our short answer to a bigger challenge.
Okay, so then speaking about actions, so what can you tell us about your organization? How is it doing more to be even more sustainable than it is now?
So one of the things that we try to think about is not so much sustainability as regeneration. And I think I would urge all of us to move away from the word sustainability, which has now been co-opted to mean just about anything, or just like, let's stop using plastic bottles and let's give people bamboo toothbrushes. Regeneration speaks to not just sustainable means maintaining things as they are, whereas regeneration means making them even better and creating that full circle. So we're really focused on that. And an example of that is we know that our fishing community is interested in, for sure, continuing to fish, but the stocks are not back to the levels they were before. So are there other things that we can do given this beautiful ocean right in front of us? So we're exploring right now seaweed farming and the possibilities. And we went to visit what's happening in the Faroe Islands to understand more about the potential of seaweed farming. So that's an example of perhaps regeneration. And then it ideally would become a business that can then, go full circle, that would be owned by somebody else on the island or partly owned by us, but then to get it started, but then other people would get involved, and then we create jobs, we attract new capital. So that's one of the things that's one of the examples. The notion of data has been mentioned a lot during this conference, and it is an important one. So one of the things that we've done as part of our community economies pilot is that we've partnered with the GIS, which is the Geological Information System. The company is called Esri, and we've realized that we need a partner like this to aggregate data, to understand what is the data that we do need to track and what will it teach us. And sometimes the data is, population growth and school enrollments and all metrics that point to a community getting healthier. And so that's another example, another learning that we've found during our work in the past year on community economies development with 4 other partners in Canada. And next year, we're going to be launching the Community Economies Center, which will hopefully open up welcome other communities from around the world in the work that, in sharing their learnings and informing the work that we do.
So what's next for your community, or better to say for Fogo Island Inn and Shorefast?
Well, it's a little bit of what I've just mentioned to you, and we're happy that next year, 2023, will mark our 10th year of operation at the Fogo Island Inn, and so we'll be kind of taking the inn into bigger and better places in terms of increasing some of the experiences that we offer. And to be honest with you, I'll give you a small anecdote. Maybe we finish on that. So 10 years ago, when we started, everything that I just told you about was from inception. So it may be, in a way, a little bit easier for us to speak to the ways in which we operate, because it was right from the beginning, the way we built the inn, the way we started thinking. But because we're a luxury inn and we're targeting the global luxury market, we kept all of this kind of more socially conscious part of our personality behind, because we wanted the luxury guests to be interested in staying with us as a luxury stay. And there was a perception maybe 10, 15 years ago that if you were a not-for-profit, maybe your beds weren't comfortable, maybe you weren't offering a true luxurious experience. Now we've proven that we can, and now we're putting at the forefront a lot of what we do, because we appreciate that the luxury traveler now, and I think Matthew said this earlier today, the luxury traveler is seeking remoteness, unique, authentic experience, and they are more and more conscious, and they want their travel dollars to do good, to have a positive impact on a community. And so we're putting all that part of our message to the forefront, and we're finding a very receptive ear. I just came back from a conference that was focused on adventure travel and luxury tourism, and I can't even tell you the comments that we received. So I think there's very much a receptive ear now to our message.
Thank you very much. So with that, I suggest that we finish up and see if there are any questions maybe in the audience. Okay, seems there are no questions. Thank you very much, sorry for your time and interesting presentation.
Thank you.
So we've just seen an example of an inn which is located on a remote island with a population of 2,400 people. The next eastern neighbor to them, as it seems, is Ireland, and they managed to develop 7 seasons throughout the year. So we have to ask ourselves, what's our excuse not to have Tourism 365? And now we come to the most important part of the event. This is the final panel, because now after that we get to eat, hopefully. And without further ado, I would like to invite my panelists, and I would like to invite first Ms. Tina Vitskov. Tina is the owner of the Manifesta Tourism Agency and Šibenik Plus Tourist Agency. In 2017, the Šibenik Plus Agency received the award Zlatna Bula for its contribution to the tourist offer of the Šibenik County with its creative and innovative programs. Tina was named Agent of the Year by the Croatian Tourist Board, titled Man, the Key to the Success, and in the same year she introduced Croatia for the first time into the MIT network, which is the Mediterranean experience of ecotourism, with her ecological programs for Lastova Nature Park and Kornati National Park. And then after Tina, of course, comes Tine Murn. He is an international travel and tourism expert with 15 years of experience in promoting destinations, development, tourism products, and travel trade events. Through Tine's latest venture, New Deal Europe, Tine Murn and his business partner and co-founder Robert D. helped put destination of Southeast Europe, or Balkans, as we like to say, firmly onto the map of travel guide professionals around the globe, especially in the English-speaking countries. Tine, have a seat. After that, we have a new energetic young face, a TikTok creator with over 500,000 followers, founder of the Crew community, the largest community of TikTok creators in our regions, TikTok mentor, and the person who manages TikTok profiles for different brands. Please welcome Mr. Dario Marquez. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Adem Braco-Suljic, a meeting industry professional with over 30 years of international experience in literally every single aspect of MICE industry. During the last 5 years, mostly dedicated to running MITEX, the only Croatian B2B MICE trade show, as well as to MICE consulting, with the goal of helping people and institutions to gain the most out of intersection of humanity and technology. Braco.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, so since the sugar levels are quite low, I suggest we be quite efficient and fast as possible. So I would like to kick off with a question for Tina. So Tina, this year's and last year's tourist results were quite successful after the COVID period where we had a complete lockdown. Has this shown that the tourism is a resilient industry?
First, I want to.
Actually, sorry, for Tina. I need to. I need to be. Yeah, I need to be loud now.
No, it's all right. Thank you, and thank you first for having me here. It was a wonderful conference, and you should be proud as a Croatia to have such a good debate internationally and from all our perspective. So thank you again. Yes, you're asking about the resilience of the industry sector and the situation we are in now. You rightly so put that 21 was coming back here, and we were all kind of hoping for the best. We were all hoping for the next year, and 2022 is I would call it as a crazy year rather than a comeback year. Yes, the statistics are great. People are happy. Money is back in the bank. But will this be the next year as well? We don't know. I mean, it's you have to know that during the COVID time, I mean, I'm talking now about the UK market and the USA market, the statistics show that people had a lot of savings on their account. Amex research in America said that there was never more money on their account than there was in those 2 years. People simply, let's say in the UK, didn't go to the pubs, didn't go to the football games, didn't travel. Travel is a very important part of the life if you live in the northern countries. And yes, they save money. They start building houses as well, but they were waiting to go out and travel. So everybody was traveling a lot in 2022, spending money big time. Is this the new trend? Let's hope so. But it's also the reality that things like Brexit, things like recession, things like conflicts in Europe, things like payback time, it's coming now. So I don't want to predict some storm. It's just back to reality and realistic perceptions of what tourism is and tourism brings. And the things that we have talked today and the examples that we're probably going to hear now are the right medicine for bringing us as a sector back to the some like normality in growth.
So who's actually resilient? The travelers, the destinations, the offer, the products?
Well, that's a good question. Thank you. I mean, maybe a bit in the spirit of what we were debating today, I think that the workers in the tourism industry, the ones that we are all lacking of and the ones that we are producing and giving it away for free to other sectors, those are the most resilient ones. Because we are producing MacGyvers, we are producing people with Swiss knives, because they learn how to do the stress management, the everything, work in the ridiculous hours, finding solutions for the guests which demand more and more, and yet on the end they probably, do we keep them? Yes, some of them. Do we keep ourselves in this stuff? Yes, but how many of them we heard today move to the other section? So I think the industry are the people. Our industry exists because of the people. It's a simple thing. Tourism is a people's business. You want to go from A to B. You can't do virtual tourism because this is, he would know more about this, but like this is more like the social media stuff, but it's still about experience and doing stuff. So experience of meeting people is more than experience of seeing Eiffel Tower, for example. And yes, the resilient are the workers, the first, and then the travelers, because if you think about how many terrorist attacks were in Egypt, but tourism still exists there, how many conflicts were in the world, and the one bad weather in north of Europe,
and people still travel. So yes, I think the resilience is in the nature of the people rather than an imaginary word.
Mm-hmm. And the ability to adapt.
Yeah.
So today we talked a lot about sustainability, ecological, creative tourism. We even had Mr. Uheli highlighting specially, and he even ordered us that we need to push it everywhere. So Tina, so what does this mean on the ground in practice?
First, I want to thank you for having me at this panel. I'm really honored to be here. If someone had told me 10 years ago I would sit here and speak about new creative tourism, I wouldn't have believed, but as Nikola Tesla said, present is theirs, but future is ours. So today we are here to speak about future in tourism, about new pets in tourism. And first I start with, if I have, it will not take long time, with a short story from Šibenik, because my working field and area is Šibenik area. And so my experience is focused on that part of Croatia. It's a really beautiful part. And 10 or maybe more years ago, it was one congress taking part in one really big resort in the vicinity of Šibenik. And two guests on this resort were speaking to each other, and one said to another, "Oh, did you know there is a town close to this resort?" I won't name it, but Šibenik is the oldest Croatian native town. It has 2 UNESCO protected heritage. It has the biggest old city core in Croatia. It's really beautiful. And now, what is reply to this? Today, I think that creativity is the only way to change this in real life. So, for example, how do I do this? How do I handle with this? We have one special Congress concept, which is named No Resort, Please. In this Congress, old city core of Šibenik acts like resort. So in this Congress, guests are not going to resort, but in the old town, and beautiful cobblestone streets of Šibenik become corridor of hotels. City library becomes Congress hall. People take their breakfast in the Mediterranean garden. They are meeting on the fortresses, and it's really a unique experience. So things can change. They should change, and that's the way how to make things work better and find new paths and new way in new tourism. So innovation and creativity, that's limitless.
Now listening to you talk about Šibenik, I have to admit I'm feeling a little bit ashamed, because in the last 6 months I've traveled to more than 20 countries, you know, from Iran to United States, and I've never been to Šibenik. I just realized that. No, I haven't. No. So bucket list. Next conference we then put
but this is really hard work. It takes too much effort to put in this job, and too many details, and too many people included. But final result is good feeling and good job, and you have some different offer from your competition.
So again, we're going back to people, and you were even awarded by the Croatian Tourism Board with the award Man Key to the Success. So we can definitely see a pattern here. Now, I remember 2020, it was said that live events are things of the past, and the world was completely going digital. 2 years later, it seems that now we're pushing to live events more than ever. Ivana, thank you for that. So what is the global situation?
Yeah, well, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Ivana. Thank you for fantastic guests, first of all, and fantastic keynote speakers who saved me a lot of trouble, because they said out loud some of the things that I am thinking, and maybe I'm not always ready to say out loud in front of certain people. Yeah, I remember 2020 because it relates me to a true story which I will probably never forget. In 2020, we held our second edition of MITEX, the only Croatian B2B trade show related to MICE industry. And we ended on March 11, 2020, literally a couple of minutes before the director of the WHO, World Health Organization, declared the pandemic. So we were probably the last live event that happened in Europe. We were lucky that everybody went home, came home safe. Even some people had to we had to ask NATO to help us bring back our guests from Italy. Yeah, in 2020, the world went digital and the world went online in terms of meetings because it was the only way that we could do it. You know, it was the only way that anybody could communicate. The world was in lockdown, and we just took advantage, actually, of the technologies that were available, and those technologies did allow us to keep in contact. Now, as you said, 2 years later, yes, it seems that the live events are coming back, and they are coming back. People were yearning for meeting old friends and colleagues and making new ones in live interaction, because there is no technology in the world that can replace the human interaction and the human touch. However, what we have seen this year, this spring is actually the first post-pandemic full spring conference season, to call it that way, which was not limited by pandemics or by any other restrictions. And yes, we had a crazy season. The meeting industry had a crazy season, the crazy spring. We had more meetings than ever, but as I'm very happy that that we had today with us the lady from the UNWTO. In meeting industry, we have seen the rise in the number of events, but we have seen the fall in the number of participants. What is really interesting, and it's actually totally compatible with what we have seen on her data, that the number of participants, that we have more meetings, but we have, in average, on a global level, what includes Croatia as well, between 30 and 35% less people attending than usually. So let's wait for the fall and to see what will happen.
Now, before I ask my next question, I have a question for the audience. How many of you have a TikTok account? Raise your hands. I mean, I'm not raising mine, I don't have one. Not so many, huh? So this is going to be interesting audience for Dario. Maybe we're too old for that. Dario, please enlighten us. How big is TikTok's influence, and is social media today the most efficient channel for promotion?
So first of all, thank you for having me as a guest on this panel, and thanks everybody for staying here and listening. First of all, TikTok is the fastest growing social media. Today, it has over 1 billion active monthly users, and it's available in more than 150 countries worldwide. So younger generations rarely use Facebook. They are on Instagram and they're on TikTok. But that doesn't mean that older demographic isn't on TikTok. From 10 to 19 years old, it's around 20% of population on TikTok. From 20 to 29, it's around 20%. From 30 to 39, around 20%. 40, 49, 20%. So I would say equally, but some of users are watching just content that's posting on TikTok, but some of them are creating their own content on their TikTok profiles. So I would say social media is a very effective way for promotion, but it's not the only way. The best is to have everything. For example, when I'm posting my content, I'm posting on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, when I'm on TV. People can read about me in newspaper, so I'm everything. But if someone read article about me on newspaper, they will open Facebook or they will open Instagram and look for social proof. So if you're promoting your brand, your company, on billboards or maybe catalogs, they can see you there, but they will type your maybe location, your company in LinkedIn or on Instagram for social proof. So that's a big thing for social media, so social proof, so they can better connect and feel what others think about your destination if we are talking about tourism.
Wow, that was really insightful. As I mentioned, I don't have a TikTok account myself.
You said we need to be very effective in that.
Yeah, but you bring a lot of important information here. I'm guessing that we can conclude that whether we like it or not, TikTok and other social media are here, and we need to make full use of it. Now, Tina, you mentioned you don't have a TikTok account. Maybe it's time to rethink about it. And speaking about rethinking, the COVID, the lockdown was a chance for everybody to regroup and rethink. Which novelties can we see coming from that period in terms of promotion of tourism?
Well, very interesting, yeah, listening to all of the panels. Some of them we think we are from everywhere, but it's a sort of like where the tourism is leading. And for us, for me personally, for my business, New Deal Europe, which is, we basically promote the growth of tourism in the Balkan region or Southeast Europe region. We are calling it more Southeast Europe lately than Balkan, because we had some disputes of if Slovenia and Croatia are Balkan or not, and getting some weird emails back. So I believe that everything from Slovenia down to Greece and up to Moldova, which is 12 economies or countries, again, we can't call them countries, sometimes we call them economies, are the places that we promote. And for us, when we started this business, it was completely opposite, as we were hearing before. They were the last event that jumped on the ship. We were the first event that were left in the port of COVID. So when we did our event promoting Balkan region called New Deal Europe, and it was planned to happen just in that terrible March of 2020. It was sold event in London, live event, as we were all doing live events, based on the suppliers from the Balkan region meeting buyers from the predominantly UK market, which was a market that was looking more to grow into this region. Suddenly we were cut off. We couldn't do live event. What do? We decided to move the event virtually, like nobody else did before. We were probably one of the first events in the UK, which is a strong events industry, as you would know. And we suddenly noticed that why would we just jump onto the boat of the UK market? Suddenly we could invite all the best buyers from the States, from Canada, from west coast of the States, but also the other way, the Asian markets, Australian, New Zealand buyers. So for us was redeveloping ourselves and becoming a global brand. We organized 2 very successful virtual events during the COVID time. In that time, people were very into the meeting industry, into the meeting each other. They didn't know what they're going to sell, if they're ever going to sell again. It was probably more like events of kind of counting who is still there, who is still operating. But then the event sort of industry came back into the reality, and then we have to feel what we're going to do now. Is going to be virtual event, a live event, or hybrid event. We tried with a hybrid event, which wasn't as successful. But live events become very popular again. Virtual events stayed popular as well. But so, like, if you ask me what's the sort of legacy of this COVID period, is that we all became more literate of operating the communication system. It was not necessary anymore to jump on a plane, go to London for every single meeting. You can do something virtually. but also learning about how important it is to meet in person, you know. So it's the opposite again. So we were all sort of, when we're going to meet again, and when let's do event again. And I remember before COVID, I was invited to so many events in London, you know, London events are every day, and you were just saying, oh no, if the A-listers are not there, we are not coming. Like after COVID, we would go to any sort of reception, even if you have to pay. So, I mean, we missed each other, that's the point. This is all the things that sort of came out of the COVID period. So
it's really interesting now that you mentioned how expectations change from year to year, and you know, we had one demand at one point, and then it changed completely, and now we want it back again. And when we consider that the world is really changing fast in terms of expectations and communications, Dario, can you tell us, you know, when you look at social media, or we can, you know, target TikTok specifically, do companies follow the trend, and are they able to adapt the changing environment and innovate their offer?
Depends how flexible is the company. So my job is to manage TikTok profiles for different brands, and I manage some brands that are even in tourism. And I can say that there are a lot of companies that are following different trends. There are a lot of companies that are even trendsetters. But there are companies that are waiting first wave to pass, second wave to pass, third wave to pass, then they jump in. Just for example, when Facebook first came by, it was just a social media for students. So, okay, that's not for me. I'm not a student. I will pass that. Then Instagram came here. It was just a new platform for girls to taking selfies. It's not for me. But if we are looking now in Facebook and Instagram, it's a lot more than just social media for students and for girls taking selfies. We can say this for TikTok too. When somebody says TikTok, what is your first thing that pops in your mind? For me, it's lip sync and dancing. But TikTok is much more than that. If we were talking about TikTok 3 years ago, I would say, okay, you need to go on TikTok and post your dance moves on TikTok. But it's not now. Like a lovely speaker before us said, a future of tourism is community-based. And guess what? Social media is community-based too. TikTok is all about community and building communities. For example, this summer I went to Places by Valamar. That's a new brand from Valamar that is targeting newer generation. And they did a great job because when Gen Z or newer generation came to hotel, internet is everywhere. They got plug-in for all the gadgets, for example, that they carry. Newer generation don't use physical cash now. They're using cards. So when I walk in, they gave me bracelets. So I pay with bracelet everything. That's, for example, that's a great example how brands can come up with idea for newer generation.
Wow, great. So the question is then, where do we draw the line between community, which is based on social media, and the actual community, like people gathering together? You know, there's also maybe a risk associated with that. So definitely we need to be aware of this, right?
Yeah, definitely. But communicating now is different than communicating 10 years ago. It's a lot easier. So it's debatable if this is better or this is better, but I'm just saying what is now in trend and how the world is doing.
So maybe it's a matter of being creative a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, so Tina, what are the opportunities and what are the conditions for the development of creative tourism in a destination?
I think there are really many opportunities because when we talk about creativity, it includes many ways of creativity and many people who can share what they know and what they do. So creativity can make some big one big step more to, like, we are all talking about sustainability, but if you ask me, I think that sustainability is necessity, and that's something what is must to be, but creativity is one thing more to do. Nowadays, tourists, they are not interested anymore for conventional travels, journeys, and tourism. They want more. They don't want to visit only these hotspots and landmarks that usually are attractions from before and they can find on Google and in the brochures about some destination. They want to immerse themselves in destination. They want contact with people, and they want to participate in activities and to also create this kind of signature tours. But for make these things work and this way of tourism that we can call creative tourism, we need people. As Tina told before, it's all about people. It really is. Because sometimes maybe you can have the most beautiful destination, but if you don't have a host, if you don't have some person who will share their way of life, their customs, tradition, then that destination can sink in oblivion. You can forget it very soon. But sometimes when you visit some destination which is not so beautiful, but you have great people there who share their story, their energy with you, who are open, and that will stay forever in memory. So it's really all about people. And there are many people who can be part of this, but it's not so simple in Croatia. That's what Mr. Ostojic told before. It's a little bit complicated because legislative form is a little bit strict, and usually that people have knowledge, have skills, have wish to be part of experiences, but it's not easy how to put them in job because they need to be entrepreneurs, but they are not that, and there's maybe some kind of second income, and so maybe this is maybe some kind of advice to find a way to involve these people in tourism in more simple way. If we have people, we have everything. They are key of knowledge, and they are basis for constructing design all kind of experiences.
We've heard from Soria on the presentation that they're trying to give back to the community, and it sounds to me like you're also giving back to the community through the promotion of everything you're doing and the promotion of the heritage. And we heard from Mr. Počivalšek earlier mentioning that one of the biggest benefits that they managed to achieve was that Slovenia was discovered by Slovenians. Who are the majority of your tourists, the travelers? What is their nationality?
In the last few years, they are Americans mostly, and West Europeans. So that's the most of the guests in Dalmatia and Šibenik region in the tours I offer. And for example, some kind of tour they are the most interested in. For example, Šibenik region has two famous national parks, National Park Krka and the Kornati. And in this Kornati tour, we have two types of offer. One is mass tourism offer, and that's really interesting because Murter is a harbor where all boats start for Kornati, and they start all at the same time at 9 o'clock in the morning, and they stop in the same beach for swimming, and all those ships come on this beach, and all people swim at the same time on the same beach, and it's about 6 hours spending on the boat and just going around, and that's it. Another kind of experience is back to basics. We found people who live there, traditional way of life, and our guests go there and they live with the locals, with the real locals. That's authentic, honest people sharing their way of life, and they spend time in dialogue with them, in cooking, in sage harvest. They go to the distillery to prepare sage oil. They go for dry stone wool workshops. So that's a real experience, and that kind of offer, it's really interesting, and we have more and more guests for this kind of tours, because this is kind of tourism which is not only sustainable, it's transformative, because people and tourists, because they change each other. This kind of tourism give opportunity to locals to be self-confident, to be proud, to earn some extra money. But also other side, those tourists become different people and they come home with different experience, with different knowledge and skills, and that's really
I'm not even sure we're talking about tourism anymore based on what you just mentioned. I think this should be part of the basic elementary education for everybody, the actions that you're doing, which is highly commendable. So the question is, how can we grow it on a national level, such activities or programs?
So the first thing to do is to make more effort on communication and collaboration between all sectors included in tourism, regardless they are on the front line or behind. We should all deliver the same message and be on the same path. For example, travel destination management company, as mine is, we are designing tourist programs, and we have many obstacles on this way. For example, one situation from real life. We have one Australian company who is taking this back to basics local living tour for Kornati, and their guests are coming 3 times a month in Croatia for this tour and some other tours. And they are eco-tourists, so they don't want to use private transportation, but the public one. And in our destination, there is no bus between Šibenik and Murter, because Murter is starting point. And we are, so in that situation, we need to write mails to tourism board, to transportation company, to put some bus connection between them. So it's a lot of job to do. And it would be much easier if there is some common address that we can put some suggestions and write some situations that we find in, and then they can reply and find some solution for us. So cooperation and communication, because everything what is done on sustainability and creativity in tourism is a result of the effort of some individuals and people who work trusting in this.
So you're not just talking about, you're doing sustainability. Now this example, I guess we cannot have the same one in the MICE industry. And how is the business climate related to MICE changing, and how can we apply sustainability into this industry? How can we innovate it further? You know, which new trends can we expect in the future?
We can't apply sustainability. I'm sorry, I'm joking a little bit. I couldn't agree more with the lady from before, from Canada, forgot her name, who said that sustainability is a word which is used today a lot. And I also fully agree with our dear friend from Hungary, István, who also told us that he is fed up with the word sustainability because it has been actually misused now. People are saying, people are talking about sustainability, but they are very often not thinking about real sustainability, and they are rather thinking about ecology maybe, or green, or even greenwashed. The problem well, if you ask me whether the industry has innovated in itself because of the COVID or after the COVID, I have to say no. We just embraced the use of certain technologies. Like Tina said, we will not travel now for a board meeting from all over the world to the meeting room at the Frankfurt Sheraton Airport. We will have it online, and that will be fine. But I would say that this is one of the very rare benefits or legacies that COVID left us. I see here a little bit deeper problem because I see here more the problem of the generation gap, which came obvious again just some minutes ago, when we realized that maybe 5 people in this room have TikTok accounts, and his generation is slowly taking over and taking over the management positions, the C-level positions, and our generation, who does not have TikToks, is still here and will remain here for the next 10 or 15 years. So we have to find a way to close this gap, and we have to learn from each other. You know, we would have to actually embrace, all the generations or more experienced ones, we would have to embrace the technologies a little bit better, and the younger ones should understand a little bit more that for more experienced ones, it's not so easy. But we also have some values to contribute to the future development of the mice industry, which will change, definitely. Some very basic things will not change because mice is still, from my point of view, and from my colleagues' point of view, which are sometimes really frustrated because we do not see enough, how to say, enough positivity in the eyes of our institutions when promoting tourism, because they do not, I cannot believe that there is so many people that do not understand how much money the mice industry is bringing to the tourism turnover, because it happens in the off season. It brings guests which are spending 3 to 5 times more money than the leisure ones, and still we do not, from our point of view, we do not get enough support from the institutions. But still, I mean, we have to. I would say that we have to try to close this gap, try to do things together, try to work as a community. We have heard really a lot of very, very clever and nice things today, and I'm really happy that. Well, I'm happy that I don't have to repeat it. I'm not so happy that I didn't have more time to prepare the resume of this, because it will be definitely, and I think even I will do it. There has been a lot of very, very valuable things said here today. I just recently heard one very famous professor at one very famous medical school who said that the biggest breakthroughs don't always come from discovering new facts, but also from seeing old facts from a different angle. So we would probably have to change a little bit our mindsets and try to work together and try to find the ways how to adopt to the new times, because the industry itself will not change.
So speaking about new times and mindset and changing, in 2021, the year was named the Restart, Tine. In 2022, we can probably call it the Rebound. What's going to change in 2023? So what's the outlook to the future?
Yeah, we touched a bit this on the beginning. Yes, the 2023, I hope it's not going to be a reset. I hope it's going to be reformation. I'm trying to find the word with R. But no, the industry, I think, hope, not just the industry, the consumers, the people who work in the industry, we all hope for something stable again, something coming back. We would like to see those beautiful graphs to be to have the normal tendency again. This is probably what we're all aiming for. I don't think I mean, of course, the season that we all had this year, or you had, was enormous and exceptional, but it's probably not realistic to stay this way, especially with the outcome we have. Maybe it will be, but like we shouldn't ignore things like conflicts happening in Europe. We are in the region which is sadly known by the conflict, so we don't want to have another conflict. In the UK, people are already talking about traveling in the winter times for longer to the warmer parts of the world, because they are all scared of the enormous bills that they are heading towards when it's probably easier to just switch off and lock the house and go somewhere warm for the time being. Cheaper, not easier. But yeah, so I think all the things that we are mentioning today, and I think the kind of The words that we all heard all day were sustainability, community, new trends. Let's look to sustainability. It's almost like the industry is afraid of this word. We almost like to abandon it because, we did this also proudly. This is just dreams that we are talking about. Well, we just need to find a way that we will make money, that the industry will survive through the sustainable factor. So let's educate the industry to implement the way we heard today. You know, let's give them opportunity. Let's tell them that the hotel beds will still be full if we words toward this. Community, again, like big companies see numbers like, oh, why would now we include the whole village to be part of it? Well, not necessarily, you know, like if they see that if we all are going to prosper, if we're going to work with the neighbors, like again, I'm talking from the New Deal Europe perspective, we would love to see the whole region to develop, because if we all prosper, it's going to be better. I can tell you that the USA clients are eager to come back. Terry Dale from the USTOA said at the conference in Bled, Bled Strategic Forum a few weeks ago, that Europe is still and will remain the #1 destination for the Americans, and they can't wait to come back. And they respect Europe. They all have roots here, a lot of them have roots here. So we need to see this opportunity. So this is where the normal growth I see in 2023 coming back. UK market was one of the first one to reopen after they had a very terrible COVID situation. They reopened and they are bouncing back. They're already showing some increase in advanced booking, for example. For summer, TUI just posted an article today in Travel Weekly. They are 93% in the whole Europe, but in the UK is ahead, and they're already starting to book ahead, like winter, next summer. So they are showing some normal progress. I think we need to have some hope that things are going to go back to normal, that the politically craziness will kind of ease down, and no more catastrophe in terms of pandemic. But yes, so yeah, I'm talking a lot, but coming back to your question, I think we all hope for some stability and for all this stuff that we were mentioning now that become part of the industry. Otherwise, industry won't survive.
Since you're mentioning surviving, I would like to add that probably to survive, we also need to be able to attract the next generation of people. Dario, help us on this. How do we attract the Gen Z? You know, how can we do this? What's the trick?
With Gen Z and even younger generations, it's all about authenticity and honesty. So that's the main reason why TikTok is growing so fast, because even on Instagram you can see a lot of different pictures of maybe influencers and other people which is full of filters and adjusting photos. TikTok is all about authenticity, all about honesty, and taking video in the moment. So, for example, if you're in travel industry, you can shot videos of behind the scenes. Maybe you're building something or your workers. You can film something that you cannot see in any other social media. If you're targeting a specific audience on Facebook, you're using some kind of ads, you're having glamorous photos in Instagram, but we want to see reality on TikTok. So when you ask audience how many of you got your TikTok profiles, few hands pop up. So I will end with just one free tip if you would download TikTok. So when you download TikTok, a lot of videos will pop on your screen, and stay on video which is interesting to you. Maybe it will be in some travel videos. You will see probably dancers, a lot of people that is cooking, a lot of challenges. If you see something that you're not interested in, just swipe it. So if you're in cooking, stay in this video, maybe like it, or comment or something. Don't share it. Don't type it's stupid video or etc. Because you're staying on this video, and algorithm will think, oh, this video is interested for this person. So funny thing is that one day I saw one person that posted on LinkedIn, I download TikTok and everything on TikTok is just girls in bikinis. So yeah, now you will know what is you watching. So yes, it's with Gen Z, it's all about authenticity and honesty, and you can post those videos on TikTok and you can attract those generations.
Thank you very much for that input. And with all honesty, I have to say that Frano warned me that we are out of time. So I would suggest that we jump right into any questions from the audience if anybody has any more energy left. Food is coming. Then would anybody like to add something just to conclude, one or two sentences from each of the panelists?
Just this movie that we did, this story about Soria. Everything is said in it. It's all about, same like Dario told now, it's all about authenticity and honesty, nothing else. Everything is simple. So sustainability is necessity and creativity is big possibility. And like Soria told, we just have to know who we are, what we do, what we miss, and what we love. That's the most important thing at the end. And that's it.
Amazing.
Yeah, I would just add that we obviously all love this industry, tourism. That's why we are here, even till this hour. Sustainability also means that staying for a longer time. So if we want an industry to survive, we have to act as a community, work together, and make the industry being more successful and more ready for the next generations, even after his and after his and then. And then I think we will all remain happy. It's still one of the most beautiful industry in the world, and we need to be proud of this.
Oh, yes. From social media point of view, video is now very popular format. So you need to film raw material and post on different platforms. TikTok is very popular because of his organic reach, and you can use it now because it's very new platform.
And Brato, from your side?
So, closing with mice, sugar at the end. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not against. I'm not against sustainability. I just think that we should concentrate and we should look at the things more widely, and we should cooperate a little bit more. As somebody said before, that yes, it is all about people. It is all about our relationship and networking and. What else? I'm looking forward to the networking outside with a glass of wine and with all of you. And, well, let's build a better industry for all of us.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you all for your attention. And Ivana, thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Just to conclude, this is how it looks like on social media. I hate it because it's video, but I know that you all like to drink things which are offline and waiting for you because we are over and lunch is there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of the conference. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take a safe trip home. If you ever need my services, you can always contact me or find me on some of the social medias. TikTok, not yet, because I'm the guy who dances a lot but doesn't post. See you. Bye. Ciao.